Hey everyone, welcome back to Black Magic. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Harry's Accidental Magic Freed Sirius from Azkaban at age 6 and they built a secret army together. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Accidental Connection. Harry Potter huddled in the darkness of his cupboard, knees pulled tight against his chest. His stomach growled, a hollow, angry sound that echoed in the cramped space. 3 days. 3 days since Uncle Vernon had shoved him in here, slamming the door so hard that dust rained down from the stairs above. Freakish boy. Vernon had bellowed. You'll stay in there until you learn your lesson. Harry's crime. The school teacher's hair had turned blue when she'd accused him of cheating. Harry hadn't done it, at least, he hadn't meant to. But strange things always happened around him, and the Dursleys always punished him for it. He shifted uncomfortably on the thin mattress, wincing as his movement disturbed a spider web. His head throbbed from hunger and thirst. Aunt Petunia had only opened the door once a day to shove a piece of stale bread and a cup of water inside. I didn't do anything, Harry whispered to himself, voice cracking from disuse. I didn't. Something hot and desperate built in his chest, a feeling he couldn't name. Anger. Fear. Loneliness. All of them swirled together into something wild and untamable. I want out, he muttered, clenching his small fists. I want out. Miles away, in the fortress of Azkaban, Sirius Black huddled in a corner of his cell, struggling to hold on to the barest shreds of his sanity. The constant presence of the Dementors had worn him down to nearly nothing. He no longer remembered what happiness felt like, only the crushing guilt over James and Lily's deaths, the rage at Pettigrew's betrayal, and the despair of knowing his godson was alone. Harry. His one remaining light. A sudden warmth bloomed in his chest, foreign and startling against the perpetual cold of Azkaban. Sirius gasped, his matted hair falling into his eyes as he jerked upright. The feeling intensified, desperation, fear, and something else. Something that felt like Harry. For the first time in years, the fog in his mind cleared. The Dementor's influence receded like a tide pulling away from shore. Sirius looked around with newly sharp eyes, heart pounding with sudden clarity. Harry, he whispered, his voice a broken rasp. Harry needs me. The realization hit him with such force that he stumbled to his feet. For the first time since his imprisonment, Sirius Black could think. Could plan. Could remember who he was beyond his grief and rage. He was Padfoot. He was the godfather of Harry Potter. And somehow, impossibly, Harry had reached out to him. With newfound determination, Sirius transformed. His human body melted away, replaced by the large black dog that had been his secret for years. The transformation was harder than it had ever been, his body weakened from malnutrition and abuse. But the dog's mind was simpler, its emotions less complex. The Dementors couldn't grasp it as easily. Padfoot padded to the bars of his cell, his nose working. The guards only came at specific times. The Dementors couldn't see him, only sense his emotions, and those were different now. He'd watched the patterns for years, waiting for a chance he'd never had the clarity to take. Until now. Back in Little Whinging, Harry felt something snap inside him like a rubber band stretched too far. The lock on his cupboard clicked, the door swinging open with a soft creak. Light spilled into his prison, and Harry stared in shock. He hadn't touched it. Cautiously, he crawled forward, peering out. The house was quiet, Dudley at a friend's, Uncle Vernon at work, and Aunt Petunia gossiping with neighbors in the garden. Freedom beckoned. Harry crept to the kitchen, grabbed a glass of water, and gulped it down. He was reaching for bread when a plate on the counter suddenly shattered. Harry froze, terror gripping him. Boy! Petunia's shrill voice came from the garden. What was that noise? Harry panicked. The cupboard door slammed shut as he dove under the kitchen table. Aunt Petunia stormed in, saw the broken plate, and her face contorted with rage. Vernon was right. "You are dangerous," she shrieked, grabbing a broom and swinging it toward him. "Get back in your cupboard this instant." Harry dodged, adrenaline making his movements quicker than usual. "I'm sorry. I didn't, enough." Petunia advanced on him, face pale with fury and something else, fear. "I won't have this unnaturalness in my house. Just like your mother, just like Lily, always breaking things, making things happen." Harry froze. "You knew. You knew I could do, whatever this is?" Petunia's face whitened further. "Back in your cupboard. Now. Vernon will deal with you when he gets home." The threat in her voice was unmistakable. Harry had seen what happened when Vernon dealt with problems. The bruises took weeks to fade. Padfoot squeezed through the bars, his emaciated form barely fitting through the space. The Dementors floated at the far end of the corridor, unaware of his transformation. With silent paws, he crept along the shadows, following the route he'd memorized from watching the guards. Down 3 levels, through the less monitored eastern corridor, toward the drainage system that emptied into the North Sea. His dog form could smell the salt water, the promise of freedom. A human guard appeared around a corner. Padfoot pressed himself into an alcove, holding perfectly still as the man passed. The guard's eyes slid over the dark shape without recognition, just another shadow in a place full of darkness. When the man was gone, Padfoot continued his desperate journey. The drainage pipe loomed ahead, narrow, filthy, but leading outside. He'd have to swim afterward, fighting treacherous currents with his weakened body, but anything was better than remaining here when Harry needed him. The connection in his chest tugged like a compass pointing south. Harry. His godson. The boy he'd sworn to protect. Padfoot squeezed into the pipe, gagging at the stench but pressing forward. Light appeared at the end, gray and dim, but light nonetheless. With a final push, he emerged onto a small rocky outcrop, the dark waters of the North Sea churning below. Without hesitation, he leapt in, letting the cold water shock his system. His dog form paddled desperately, fighting the currents pulling him back toward the prison. The shore was miles away, an impossible distance, but the connection in his chest burned brighter, giving him strength. Swim. Rest. Swim again. For hours, Sirius fought the sea, his mind fixed on a single thought: Harry needs me. Harry sat huddled in the cupboard, listening to the clock tick closer to 5 p.m. Vernon would be home soon. The prospect filled him with dread so profound that the light bulb above him flickered and burst, showering him with tiny glass fragments. Moments later, the front door opened. Heavy footsteps, the rustle of a coat being hung up, Petunia's hushed, urgent voice. "Broke a plate, Vernon, wouldn't go back in, I'm telling you, it's getting worse." Vernon's grumble sounded like distant thunder. "I'll handle this." The cupboard door was wrenched open. Vernon's face, purple with rage, filled the space. His meaty hand reached in and yanked Harry out by the collar. "Think you can disobey the rules, boy?" Vernon shook him like a rag doll. "Think your freakishness makes you special?" "I didn't mean to," Harry gasped. The plate just, Vernon's hand struck his face, sending his glasses flying. "Don't lie to me." Something snapped in Harry, not fear, but anger. Pure, white-hot anger that rushed through him like electricity. The lights throughout the house surged, then exploded simultaneously, plunging everything into darkness. Vernon roared in surprise and fury. His grip tightened, and he slammed Harry against the wall. "You'll pay for that." Outside, unnoticed by the Dursleys, a large black dog limped down Privet Drive, following an invisible thread of magic. Padfoot had made it to shore, traveled for days, stealing food where he could, resting in hidden places. His body was at breaking point, but the connection kept pulling him forward. Now, standing outside number 4, he felt Harry's terror and rage like a physical blow. The house's windows flashed with uncontrolled magic, a child's desperate defense. Padfoot's hackles rose. Without thought, he charged at the front door, transforming mid-leap. The door burst open under Sirius Black's shoulder, splintering at the hinges. The scene that greeted him burned into his brain: Vernon Dursley, his massive hand around Harry's throat, Harry, small and bruised, suspended against the wall, Petunia screaming in the kitchen doorway. "Get away from my godson!" Sirius roared, his voice raw from years of disuse. Vernon dropped Harry in shock, spinning to face the wild-looking man. "Who the bloody hell?" Sirius didn't let him finish. Years of pent-up rage fueled his charge as he tackled Vernon to the ground, fists connecting with the larger man's face. "You dare touch him! You dare!" "Sirius Black," Petunia whispered, her face ashen. "The murderer." Sirius froze mid-punch, turning slowly to face her. "You know who I am." "Everyone knows," she stammered. "It was in their papers, the ones she used to get." Harry scrambled to his feet, retrieving his glasses with shaking hands. "Who are you?" he asked the stranger who'd burst through the door like an avenging angel. Sirius turned away from Vernon, his face softening as he looked at Harry. The resemblance to James was striking, the same unruly hair, the same facial structure, but those eyes. Lily's eyes stared back at him, wide with confusion and fear. "Harry," Sirius said softly, reaching out a hand but stopping short of touching him. "I'm serious. I'm your godfather." "I don't have a godfather," Harry replied automatically, backing away. "You do," Sirius insisted, his voice gentle despite the rage still simmering beneath. "I was your dad's best friend. I was supposed to raise you if anything happened to your parents." Vernon struggled to his feet, face bloody. "He's a murderer, boy. A wanted criminal. He killed 13 people." "I never killed anyone," Sirius growled, not taking his eyes off Harry. "I was framed by the man who betrayed your parents to Voldemort." Harry's eyes widened. "My parents? But they died in a car crash, a CR crash." Sirius roared, turning back to the Dursleys with renewed fury. "You told him James and Lily Potter died in a CR crash." The lights flickered back on, Harry's magic responding to the emotional intensity in the room. For the first time, he got a clear look at the man who called himself his godfather. Sirius Black was gaunt, his face hollow with malnutrition, his hair a tangled mess hanging past his shoulders. But his eyes burned with a fierce protectiveness that Harry had never seen directed at him before. "Harry," Sirius said, his voice steadying, "your parents were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. They died protecting you. They were heroes, both of them." Harry felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. "Magic is real?" "Yes," Sirius confirmed. "You're a wizard, Harry. Like your father. Like your mother. Like me." "Enough." Vernon bellowed, reaching for the telephone. "I'm calling the police." Sirius moved with surprising speed for someone so weakened. He grabbed Vernon's wrist, twisting until the larger man howled in pain. "Touch that phone and I'll show you exactly what a wizard can do without a wand." Harry's mind raced. If magic was real, it explained everything: the floating objects, the suddenly regrown hair, the teacher's blue hair. It explained why the Dursleys called him a freak. It explained why they hated him. "Prove it," Harry demanded suddenly, finding courage from some unknown reserve. "Prove magic is real." Sirius turned back to him, a small, sad smile touching his lips. "I would, but I don't have a wand. It was taken when I was imprisoned." His eyes lit up suddenly. "But I can show you this." Before Harry's eyes, the man's form shimmered and changed, shrinking and transforming until a large black dog stood in his place. The dog woofed softly, then transformed back into Sirius. Harry gaped. That's magic," Sirius finished. "And you have it too, Harry. So much of it that you reached across hundreds of miles and broke through the influence of soul-sucking creatures to pull me out of prison. He stepped closer, kneeling to meet Harry's eyes. You called me here, Harry. Somehow, you called for help, and I came. For the first time in his young life, Harry felt a spark of hope. Can I go with you? Sirius's face lit up, years of suffering temporarily erased by joy. That's why I'm here, Harry. To take you away from this place. To keep you safe. His expression darkened as he glanced back at the Dursleys. To give you the home you should have had all along. Vernon, despite his fear, couldn't stay silent. You're not taking him anywhere. Dumbledore left him with us, said he had to stay here. Sirius's head snapped around. Dumbledore? Albus Dumbledore left Harry with you? Left him on our doorstep like a bottle of milk, Petunia spat. A letter said we had to keep him. Something dangerous flashed in Sirius's eyes. And you've kept him in a cupboard. Starved him. Hit him. He stood, drawing himself up to his full height. Dumbledore will answer for this. But right now, Harry and I are leaving. He turned to Harry, extending his hand. We need to go quickly. The Ministry will be looking for me, and soon they'll realize you're gone too. Do you trust me enough to come with me? Harry looked at the outstretched hand, then at the Dursleys, the family who had never been family. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. Yes, he said, taking Sirius's hand. Let's go. They moved quickly through the gathering darkness, Harry struggling to keep up with Sirius's longer strides despite the man's obvious weakness. They'd taken only what Harry could stuff into his school backpack, a few oversized clothes, his broken toy soldiers, and a blanket. Where are we going? Harry panted, his small legs burning with effort. Sirius glanced down, immediately slowing his pace. Sorry, pup. I forgot how small you are. The endearment slipped out naturally, as if he'd been using it for years. We need to get away from Surrey first. Somewhere we can hide while I figure out our next move. Are you really a wizard? Harry asked, still trying to process everything that had happened. I am, Sirius confirmed. And so are you. Your dad was one of the best I've ever known. Your mum was brilliant too, smartest witch in our year. Witch? Female magic user, Sirius explained. Not the green-skinned, wart-nosed kind from Muggle stories. Muggle? Non-magic people. Like your aunt and uncle. Sirius's face darkened. Though calling them people might be generous. They reached a small park, deserted in the evening gloom. Sirius guided Harry to a bench partly hidden by overgrown bushes. We'll rest here for a minute, Sirius said, collapsing onto the bench with obvious relief. Now that Harry looked more closely, he could see how badly Sirius was trembling, how shallow his breathing was. Are you sick? Harry asked anxiously. Sirius attempted a reassuring smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Just tired, Harry. I've been in a bad place for a long time. Prison, Harry said, remembering the Dursleys' accusations. Did you really kill people? Sirius's face crumpled with such profound grief that Harry immediately regretted asking. No. But I as good as killed your parents. What do you mean? Sirius took a deep breath, seeming to debate how much to tell him. Your parents were in hiding from Voldemort, the dark wizard I mentioned. They used a special spell to keep their location secret. Only one person knew where they were, and could reveal it to others. You. No, Sirius's voice broke. That was my mistake. It was supposed to be me, but I thought I was too obvious a choice. I convinced them to use our friend Peter Pettigrew instead. His hands clenched into fists. Peter betrayed them. He told Voldemort where to find them. And then you killed him? Harry asked, struggling to understand. I tried, Sirius admitted, his voice hollow. I confronted him, but he was cleverer than I gave him credit for. He shouted for the whole street to hear that I'd betrayed James and Lily, then blew it up, killing 12 muggles. He cut off his own finger and transformed. He's an animagus like me, a rat, and escaped into the sewers. But, if you didn't do it, why were you in prison? Because everyone believed I was your parents' secret keeper, the one who knew their location. Even Dumbledore thought so. And there were a dozen Muggle witnesses who heard Peter accuse me before the street exploded. I was laughing when they caught me, a horrible, mad laugh because I'd been so stupid, so foolish to trust Peter. Harry digested this, his young mind grappling with the complexity. So you're innocent, but everyone thinks you're guilty? Yes. Sirius reached out tentatively, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder. I know it's a lot to take in, Harry. I know you don't know me. But I swear on my life and magic that I loved your parents. I would have died before betraying them. Something in Sirius's eyes, the raw pain, the desperate need for Harry to believe him, convinced Harry more than any words could have. I believe you, Harry said simply. Sirius's eyes filled with tears. He quickly wiped them away, clearing his throat. Thank you, Harry. That means everything to me. A police siren wailed in the distance, making both of them tense. We need to keep moving, Sirius said, pushing himself up with effort. I doubt your relatives called the police, too many awkward questions about how they've treated you, but we can't risk it. Where will we go? I have an idea, Sirius said, a ghost of a grin crossing his face. But we'll need to take a bus. A very special bus. Standing at the edge of a quiet country road, Harry watched in amazement as Sirius stuck out his wand hand. The wand was a twisted piece of wood he'd taken from a tree in the park, not a real wand, he'd explained, but the night bus doesn't know that. A moment later, with a deafening bang, a triple-decker purple bus materialized out of nowhere, screeching to a halt in front of them. Harry stumbled backward in shock as the doors opened and a gangly young man in a purple uniform stepped out. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this eve. Stan stopped mid-sentence, squinting at Sirius. Sirius quickly ducked his head, pulling Harry slightly in front of him. Me and my son need transport to London, Sirius said, his voice rougher and accent different than before. Diagon Alley, if you please. That'll be 29 sickles, Stan said, still peering suspiciously at Sirius. But on, don't I know you from somewhere? Sirius coughed into his hand. Don't think so, mate. Got one of those faces, you know. Unfortunately, we've been robbed, lost our money and my wand. Any chance you could help a fellow wizard out? My boy's not feeling well, needs to get to St. Mungo's. Harry, picking up on the cue, hunched over and groaned dramatically. Stan hesitated, then sighed. All right. But just this once, mind. Ern'll have me hide if he finds out. Come on, then. They boarded the bus, which was filled with beds instead of seats. Harry gasped as he saw a wizard in a nightcap snoring on one, completely undisturbed as the bus lurched forward with another bang. Hold on tight, Sirius murmured, gripping a brass pole with one hand and Harry's shoulder with the other. The night bus shot forward with impossible speed, buildings and trees jumping out of its way as it careened through the countryside. Harry was thrown backward onto an empty bed, his stomach lurching as the bus made an impossible turn. First time on the night bus, eh? Stan grinned at Harry's wide eyes. Don't worry, nobody's died in at least a month. Sirius helped Harry sit up, keeping a steadying hand on his back. Just breathe through it, he advised. And don't look out the windows. Too late. Harry had already caught a glimpse of a mailbox flattening itself to avoid the bus, popping back up after they passed. How are we doing this? How does no one see us? Muggle-repelling charms, Stan explained proudly. They just feel a sudden urge to look the other way whenever we pass. Good thing too, the way Ern drives. The elderly driver at the front cackled without turning around. As the bus hurtled through the night, Harry found himself laughing despite the nausea. The entire experience was so bizarre, so impossible, and yet more real than anything he'd ever known. Magic. He was traveling by magic. Sirius's face softened at Harry's laugh. For a moment, the haunted look in his eyes receded, replaced by something warm and fond. "Your dad would have loved seeing your face right now," he said quietly. "He loved showing me magical things for the first time. I grew up knowing about magic, but your dad helped me see the wonder in it." "You knew my dad well?" "He was my best friend," Sirius said. "My brother in everything but blood. We met on the Hogwarts Express, the train to wizarding school, when we were 11. Inseparable from that day forward." "What was he like?" Harry asked eagerly. Before Sirius could answer, the bus screeched to a halt, throwing them both forward. "Diagon Alley," Stan announced. "Leaky cauldron entrance." Sirius quickly pulled Harry up. "Thanks, mate. Appreciate the help." "No problem," Stan replied, still looking at Sirius curiously. "You sure we haven't met?" "Positive," Sirius said, hustling Harry toward the exit. "Have a good night." They stepped out into the chilly London night, the night bus disappearing with another bang behind them. Harry found himself facing what looked like a rundown pub nestled between a bookshop and a record store. "The Leaky Cauldron," Sirius explained in a low voice. "It's the entrance to Diagon Alley, the main wizarding shopping area in London. But we're not going inside. We're not. Too risky. I'm too recognizable, even with this." He gestured to his tangled beard and hair. "We're going this way." Sirius led Harry down a side street, then another, moving with purpose through the labyrinth of London. Despite his weakened state, he moved with the confidence of someone who knew these streets well. "Did you live in London?" Harry asked, jogging to keep up. "For a while, after Hogwarts," Sirius confirmed. "Your dad and I shared a flat not far from here before he married your mum. I had my own place later." His expression clouded. "After they went into hiding, I stayed away, didn't want to risk leading anyone to them." They turned down an increasingly shabby street lined with boarded-up shops and graffiti-covered walls. Harry shivered, moving closer to Sirius. "Not much further," Sirius promised. "There's a place I used once, years ago. A safe house the Order established during the war." "The Order?" "The Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore's resistance group against Voldemort. I doubt anyone's used this place in years." They stopped in front of what appeared to be an abandoned laundrette. Sirius ran his fingers along the edge of a boarded-up window, muttering under his breath. To Harry's astonishment, a door materialized in what had been solid wall. "Quickly," Sirius urged, pushing the door open and pulling Harry inside. The interior was dark and musty, but as Sirius closed the door behind them, lights flickered on, not electric bulbs, but floating orbs of soft light that illuminated a small, dusty apartment. A threadbare sofa faced a cold fireplace, a tiny kitchenette stood in one corner, and a door presumably led to a bedroom. "Home sweet home," Sirius said with a weak attempt at cheerfulness. "For now, at least." Harry looked around in wonder. "How did the lights come on?" "Magic," Sirius explained. "The place recognizes magical signatures. Old Order members." He moved to the fireplace, waving his hand. Flames sprang to life, casting a warm glow around the room. "Ah, good. The ambient magic is still working." Harry approached the fire cautiously. "You did that without a wand." "Some magic can be done wandlessly, especially in places already saturated with magic," Sirius explained. "Most wizards don't bother learning, wands are easier, more precise, but in Azkaban." He trailed off, his face darkening at the memory. In prison, I had nothing but time to practice the little wandless magic I could manage. Harry sank onto the sofa, suddenly overwhelmed by everything that had happened. In the span of a few hours, his entire understanding of the world had been upended. Magic was real. His parents hadn't died in a car crash. He had a godfather who'd broken out of prison to rescue him. "Are you hungry?" Sirius asked, moving to the kitchenette. He opened a cupboard, then another, finding both empty. "Ah, not as prepared as I'd hoped." Harry's stomach growled in response. He hadn't eaten since the meager slice of bread Aunt Petunia had shoved through the cupboard door that morning. Sirius ran a hand through his tangled hair. "Right. Food. Priority 1. He checked his pockets, turning them inside out to reveal nothing but lint. "No money. That complicates things." "We could steal something," Harry suggested hesitantly, then flinched, expecting to be scolded. Instead, Sirius let out a bark of laughter. "James's son through and through. But no, we're not quite that desperate yet." He thought for a moment. "There's another option, but you'll need to trust me again." "What is it?" Sirius's face took on an oddly mischievous expression, a ghost of the young man he'd once been. "Creature," he called out. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a loud crack that made Harry jump, a creature appeared in the middle of the room. It had large bat-like ears, bulging eyes, and wore nothing but a filthy rag tied like a loincloth. It took one look at Sirius and let out a strangled noise of shock. "Master Sirius," it croaked, its bloodshot eyes nearly popping out of its head. "Alive. Escaped. Disgraced the noble house of Black even further." "Good to see you too, creature," Sirius said dryly. "I need food. For myself and my godson. Bring it here, now." The creature turned its bulging eyes to Harry. "The half-blood boy? Son of blood traitor Potter and Mudblood, don't finish that sentence if you want to live," Sirius growled, his voice suddenly dangerous. "Harry is my godson and heir to the House of Black. You will treat him with respect." Creature's eyes widened further, if possible. He bowed low, though his expression remained sour. "Creature lives to serve the noble House of Black," he muttered. "Even blood traitor masters who break mistress's heart. Food, creature. Now. And clean clothes for both of us." With another mutinous glare, creature vanished with a crack. "What was that?" Harry asked, wide-eyed. "A house elf," Sirius explained, collapsing onto the sofa beside Harry. "Specifically, my family's house elf. Nasty little creature, loyal to my mother's memory and all her pureblood supremacist ideals." "Pureblood?" Sirius sighed, rubbing his forehead. "So much to explain. Purebloods are wizards with no Muggle ancestry, at least none they acknowledge. My family was obsessed with blood purity. Hated Muggles, Muggleborns, half-bloods, anyone they considered beneath them. Are you a pureblood?" "Technically. But I rejected all that nonsense years ago. Got myself blasted off the family tapestry for it." A hint of pride entered his voice. "Your dad was a pureblood too, though the Potters never cared about that rubbish. Your mum was Muggleborn, a witch born to non-magical parents. Smartest witch of our generation, Lily was." Harry absorbed this new information, his head spinning with the sudden immersion into a world he'd never known existed. "And what am I?" "You're a half-blood, technically. But none of that matters, Harry. Blood status is just another way for some wizards to feel superior to others." Sirius leaned forward, looking intently into Harry's eyes. "What matters is the choices you make, the person you choose to be." Before Harry could respond, Creature reappeared with another crack. He carried a tray laden with sandwiches, fruit, and 2 bottles of something called butterbeer. He placed it on the rickety coffee table with bad grace. "Clothes are in bedroom," he announced. Master Sirius is too thin. Mistress would be horrified. Mistress would be horrified that I'm alive at all, Sirius retorted. That'll be all, creature. With a final mutinous glare, creature vanished. Harry stared at the food, his mouth watering. Sirius nodded encouragingly. Eat up, pup. It's safe, creature wouldn't dare poison the heir to the House of Black. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed a sandwich and bit into it, nearly groaning at the taste. Never in his life had food tasted so good. Sirius watched him with a mixture of satisfaction and sadness, taking a sandwich for himself but eating more slowly, as if his stomach had forgotten how to process real food. We'll need to make plans, Sirius said after a while. The Ministry will be searching for me, and Dumbledore will be looking for you. We can't stay in one place for too long. Why would Dumbledore be looking for me? Harry asked, reaching for another sandwich. Who is he, exactly? Albus Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, the wizarding school we both attended. He's also the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, and probably the most powerful wizard alive. Sirius's expression was complicated, respect mingled with anger. He's the one who decided to place you with the Dursleys after your parents died. Harry's appetite suddenly vanished. Why would he do that? If he knew my parents, he must have known the Dursleys hated magic. That's what I intend to find out, Sirius said grimly. But Dumbledore always has his reasons, even if he rarely shares them with anyone. He probably believed you'd be safest with blood relatives. Safe from what? Harry asked. You said Voldemort was gone. Sirius hesitated, clearly debating how much to tell a 6-year-old. He's gone, but not dead, at least, that's what Dumbledore believes. The night he killed your parents, he tried to kill you too, Harry. But somehow, the curse rebounded. It destroyed his body, but Dumbledore never believed he was truly gone. Harry's hand unconsciously moved to his forehead, to the lightning-shaped scar the Dursleys had told him came from the car crash. This is from him, isn't it? Not a car crash. Yes, Sirius confirmed softly. That's a curse scar, Harry. You're the only person ever known to survive the killing curse. In our world, you're famous for it. They call you the boy who lived. Harry tried to process this. Him, famous? The idea seemed ludicrous. So this Dumbledore person thinks Voldemort might come back. And I'd be in danger? Yes. And he'd be right about that much. If, when, Voldemort finds a way to return, you'll be his first target. Sirius's face hardened with determination. But I won't let that happen, Harry. I failed your parents once. I won't fail you. The fierce protectiveness in his voice made something warm bloom in Harry's chest, a feeling he couldn't name but desperately wanted to hold on to. What do we do now? He asked. First, we rest, Sirius decided. We're both exhausted. Tomorrow, we'll need supplies, information, and I need a wand. He ran a hand through his matted hair. And possibly a haircut. Harry found himself smiling at the weak joke. How will we get money? I have access to funds, or I will, once I can prove my identity to the goblins. Goblins? They run the wizarding bank, Gringotts. They don't care much about wizard justice, only gold and contracts. If I can get into Gringotts without being recognized, I can access the Black family vault. Harry yawned widely, the events of the day catching up with him. Sirius noticed immediately. Bed for you, pup. We've got a long road ahead of us. As if on cue, Harry's eyes grew heavy. He struggled to keep them open, suddenly afraid that if he fell asleep, he'd wake up back in his cupboard, this magical day nothing but a dream. Sirius seemed to read his mind. I'll be here when you wake up, Harry. I promise. For the first time in his young life, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling safe. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through dusty curtains. For a moment, he panicked, not recognizing his surroundings. Then the events of the previous day came rushing back. Magic. Sirius. Escape. He sat up quickly, looking around the small bedroom. The other side of the bed was rumpled, but empty. Sirius? He called, a note of anxiety in his voice. In here, came the reply from the other room. Harry patted out in his oversized hand-me-downs to find Sirius standing by a mirror, a pair of rusty scissors in hand. Half of his matted hair lay on the floor around him, the remaining half still hanging limply to his shoulders. "Morning, pup," Sirius greeted him with a smile that transformed his gaunt face. "Sleep well?" "Yeah," Harry said, surprised to realize it was true. He'd slept deeply, with no nightmares. "What are you doing?" "Attempting to make myself less recognizable," Sirius said, snipping away at another chunk of hair. "Might have been easier with magic, but needs must." Harry watched with interest as Sirius continued his impromptu haircut. When he finished, his hair was short and somewhat unevenly cropped, but the effect was striking. Without the wild mane and with his beard trimmed, he looked years younger and significantly less like an escaped convict. "What do you think?" Sirius asked, turning to Harry with an attempted grin. "Much better," Harry approved. "You don't look scary anymore." Sirius's laugh was rusty but genuine. "Excellent. That's step one." He gestured to a plate of toast and eggs on the coffee table. "Creature brought breakfast. Eat up while I work on our plans for today." Harry didn't need to be told twice. As he ate, Sirius spread out a piece of parchment on the table, making notes with a stub of pencil. "We need several things," Sirius explained. "Money, new identities, a more permanent safe house, and information about what's happened while I was away. But our first priority is a wand. Without magic, we're vulnerable." "Where do you get wands?" Harry asked through a mouthful of toast. "Ollivander's in Diagon Alley is the main wand-maker in Britain. But I can't exactly walk in there." Sirius tapped the pencil thoughtfully. "There are other options. Less reputable sources." "Like where?" "Nocturne Alley," Sirius said. "It's adjacent to Diagon Alley, caters to a darker clientele. We could find a used wand there, no questions asked. But it's risky." Harry watched Sirius's face, finding it fascinating how quickly the man could shift from lighthearted to intensely focused. "Can I come with you?" Sirius considered him seriously. "It would be safer to leave you here, but I don't like the idea of leaving you alone." He sighed. "We'll both go, but you'll need a disguise too. That scar is as recognizable in our world as my face." After breakfast, Sirius had Creature bring a few more items, a pot of theatrical makeup to cover Harry's scar, a cap to hide his distinctive hair, and glasses with plain glass to replace Harry's prescription ones. "These should do for now," Sirius said, carefully applying makeup to Harry's forehead. "Eventually we'll need something more permanent, magical disguises that can't be easily removed." "Like what?" "There are potions that can temporarily change appearance, spells that can alter features." Sirius stepped back to examine his handiwork. "Until then, we'll rely on the fact that no one expects to see you with me." Once they were both disguised, Sirius led Harry through a complex series of back alleys and side streets, doubling back occasionally to ensure they weren't being followed. Harry tried to memorize the route, fascinated by this hidden side of London he'd never known existed. "Here we are," Sirius murmured finally, stopping at the end of a particularly dingy alley. "Nocturne Alley. Stay close to me, don't make eye contact with anyone, and don't touch anything." The narrow, twisting lane they entered made Harry's skin crawl. Unlike the brightness of Diagon Alley that he'd glimpsed the previous night, Nocturne Alley was shrouded in perpetual shadow. The shops had blacked-out windows displaying items that made Harry's stomach turn: shrunken heads, wicked-looking instruments, bottles containing what looked disturbingly like blood. Sirius moved with purpose, his hand firmly on Harry's shoulder, steering him toward a shop with a faded sign reading Borgin and Burke's. Before they could enter, however, Sirius froze, pulling Harry into a shadowy doorway. "Death Eater," he hissed, nodding toward a tall, aristocratic-looking man with long platinum blonde hair who was emerging from the shop. Lucius Malfoy. One of Voldemort's inner circle who claimed to be under mind control after Voldemort fell. Harry watched wide-eyed as the man strode past them, his expensive robe swishing, a snake-headed cane in his gloved hand. "Bought his way out of Azkaban," Sirius muttered. "Let's wait until he's gone." Once Malfoy had disappeared up the steps toward Diagon Alley, Sirius guided Harry into the shop. The interior was dusty and crowded with dark artifacts that made Harry's scar prickle uncomfortably. An oily-looking man appeared from behind a curtain. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice as unpleasant as his appearance. "Looking for a wand," Sirius said gruffly, adopting the rougher accent he'd used with Stan on the night bus. "Second hand. No questions." The man's eyes narrowed with greedy interest. "No questions costs extra." "How much?" 50 galleons. "Highway robbery," Sirius spat. 15. 40. 20, and we forget I saw you dealing with Lucius Malfoy, who I'm sure would be interested to know you're selling unregistered wands. The man's face paled. 25, and not a canute less. "Done," Sirius agreed. "But I'll need to test them first." The shopkeeper disappeared into a back room, returning with a dusty box containing a dozen wands. "Take your pick. Test them over there." He pointed to an empty corner. "Break anything, you buy it." Sirius sifted through the wands, picking each up and giving it an experimental wave. Most produced no response at all, one emitted weak sparks, another shattered a vase. "Sorry about that," Sirius said insincerely, continuing his search. Finally, he picked up a dark, slightly curved wand that emitted a shower of red and gold sparks when he waved it. A genuine smile spread across his face. "This one." The shopkeeper looked annoyed, as if he'd hoped Sirius would settle for one of the less effective wands. "Blackthorn, Dragon Heartstring, 12 inches. Belonged to a wizard who met an unfortunate end with the wrong end of a Hebridean black." "I'll take it," Sirius said, not bothering to hide his satisfaction. "Now, about payment." Harry watched with fascination as Sirius performed a complex bit of negotiation, eventually convincing the shopkeeper to accept an IOU backed by the ancient and noble House of Black. The man was clearly reluctant but seemed to believe that the promise of Black family gold, plus a hefty interest rate, outweighed the risk. As they left the shop, wand secured inside Sirius's jacket, Harry tugged at his godfather's sleeve. "How did you do that? Get him to give you the wand without paying?" Sirius grinned down at him. "The Black family name still carries weight, even with people who don't know I'm the last heir. And old Borgin has always been greedy enough to take calculated risks." His expression sobered. "But this means we need to visit Gringotts sooner rather than later. Borgin isn't known for his patience." They made their way cautiously toward Diagon Alley, Sirius keeping Harry close and his new wand ready. The contrast between the two shopping districts couldn't have been starker, where Nocturne was dark and foreboding, Diagon bustled with colorful shops and chattering witches and wizards going about their business. "Keep your head down," Sirius murmured. "The white marble building at the end is Gringotts." The Wizarding Bank was imposing, a snowy white building towering over the neighboring shops. As they approached, Harry could make out burnished bronze doors and what appeared to be, "Are those goblins?" he whispered, staring at the short, fierce-looking creatures guarding the entrance. "Yes," Sirius confirmed. "Clever, ruthless, and excellent bankers. They also couldn't care less about wizard politics as long as their contracts are honored." They climbed the white stone steps toward the bronze doors. The goblin guards gave them suspicious looks but made no move to stop them. Through the bronze doors, they faced a second set of doors, silver this time, with words engraved upon them, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed, for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Cheerful bunch, aren't they? Sirius muttered. Remember, let me do the talking. Inside, they found a vast marble hall with long counters stretching along its length, behind which sat dozens of goblins examining precious stones, counting coins, or scratching in ledgers. Sirius approached one who appeared less busy than the others. I need to access a family vault, he said quietly. Privately. The goblin peered at him suspiciously. Key. Lost. But I can prove my identity through blood verification. The goblin's eyes narrowed further, then he hopped down from his high stool. Follow me. They were led through a side door into a small, opulent office where an older, more distinguished-looking goblin sat behind a desk inlaid with gold. Blood Fong will handle inheritance verification, their guide announced before leaving and closing the door behind him. The older goblin studied them both with calculating eyes. You claim a vault without a key. Which family? Black, Sirius said. I am Sirius Black, last male heir of the ancient and most noble house of Black. If the goblin was surprised to be facing Britain's most wanted wizard, he showed no sign of it. You understand that falsely claiming inheritance is punishable by death under goblin law. I do. And you are willing to submit to blood verification? I am. Blood Fong produced a shallow stone basin and an ornate silver dagger. 3 drops of blood. Without hesitation, Sirius pricked his finger with the dagger, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into the basin. The blood swirled, then formed into a crest, a shield featuring 3 ravens and a raised arm holding a wand. The Black family crest, Blood Fong confirmed, satisfaction in his voice. Identity confirmed. How may Gringotts serve the House of Black today? I need access to the Black family vault and to establish a new account under an alias. Certainly. The goblin didn't even blink at the request. Gringotts offers comprehensive identity protection services for an additional fee. Included, Sirius said. I'll also need a method of accessing funds without visiting the bank each time. We offer enchanted purses linked directly to your vault, as well as monetary drafts acceptable at most wizarding establishments. I'll take both. Harry watched in fascination as Sirius and the goblin negotiated the details. Within an hour, they had visited the vast Black family vault, which contained more gold coins than Harry had ever imagined, established a new account under the name Leo White and obtained an enchanted money pouch that would deliver requested coins directly from the vault. As they left Gringotts, significantly wealthier and with their new identities established, Harry felt a surge of excitement. What now? He asked. Sirius grinned down at him, looking more alive and present than he had since their escape. Now, pup, we build our life. And then, we build our army. 1 month later, Harry sat cross-legged on the floor of their new home, concentrating intensely on the feather in front of him. Their cottage, a small, 2-bedroom affair in a remote corner of Wales, was hidden under multiple layers of protective magic, making it the perfect base of operations. Wingardium Leviosa, he said clearly, mimicking the wand movement Sirius had shown him with a stick they designated as his practice wand. The feather twitched but didn't rise. Close, Sirius encouraged from where he lounged in an armchair, reading a newspaper. Remember, it's Wingardium Leviosa. Emphasis on the gar and the o dot. Harry tried again, focusing with all his might. Wingardium Leviosa. This time, the feather rose shakily about a foot off the floor. Harry's face lit up with excitement. I did it. Did you see that? Brilliant, Harry. Sirius beamed, pride evident in his voice. You're a natural, just like your dad. Harry let the feather drift back down, turning to Sirius eagerly. Can I try another one? Not just yet. Underage magic is detectable by the Ministry, and while our wards should shield most of it, too much concentrated magic might raise alarms. He folded the newspaper, the Daily Prophet, which still featured Sirius's prison photo on the front page under the headline, "Black Still at Large, Ministry Baffled." "Any news?" Harry asked, coming to perch on the arm of Sirius's chair. "Nothing useful. Just the same old rubbish about me being dangerous and deranged." Sirius ruffled Harry's hair affectionately. "But there is something interesting on page 3. Apparently, Dumbledore has been making inquiries at the Ministry about your whereabouts. Does he know I'm with you?" "I doubt it. If he did, there'd be a lot more than inquiries. The article suggests he believes you've been kidnapped by someone else entirely. In the month since their escape, they'd established a routine. Mornings were for Harry's education, reading, writing, and basic magical theory. Afternoons were for practical skills, everything from cooking to self-defense to how to blend into both magical and muggle environments. Evenings were for stories, Sirius sharing tales of the Marauders, of Harry's parents, of Hogwarts and the wizarding world. When are you going to contact Mr. Lupin?" Harry asked, reaching for a biscuit from the plate on the side table. Sirius's face grew serious. "Soon. I've been working on a way to approach him that won't send him straight to Dumbledore. Remus always trusted Dumbledore implicitly, he gave Remus opportunities no one else would because of his condition. Because he's a werewolf," Harry said matter-of-factly. Sirius had explained Remus's lycanthropy earlier in the week, emphasizing that while werewolves were dangerous during the full moon, Remus Lupin was one of the kindest, most trustworthy men he'd ever known. "Exactly. Dumbledore let him attend Hogwarts when other headmasters would have refused. That creates a powerful loyalty." Harry considered this. "But if you can prove Pettigrew betrayed my parents." "That's the key," Sirius agreed. "I need evidence, or at the very least, a compelling argument. And I think I might have found a way." He pulled a crumpled newspaper clipping from his pocket, smoothing it out on the coffee table. It showed a large family, all red-headed, standing in front of a pyramid. "The Weasleys," Sirius explained. "Arthur works at the Ministry, misuse of Muggle artifacts. Good man, from what I remember. They've just won some prize draw, a holiday in Egypt." Harry looked at the photo with interest, watching as the figures moved, waving at the camera. "What does this have to do with Pettigrew?" Sirius pointed to the youngest boy's shoulder, where a rat perched. "See that rat? Missing a toe on its front paw." Harry squinted. "I think so. It's hard to tell. Pettigrew cut off his own finger before transforming, the largest piece of him they found after the explosion. And rats don't normally live more than 3 or 4 years, but Pettigrew would still be alive 12 years later in his animagus form." "You think that's him? Living with this family?" "I'd bet my life on it," Sirius said grimly. "Which means I need to find a way to capture him without endangering the Weasleys or exposing us prematurely." Harry studied the photo again. "The article says they're coming back next week for the start of the school year. Their son, Ron, is starting Hogwarts this year." "Perfect," Sirius murmured. "We have a week to plan. If we can capture Pettigrew and force him to return to human form in front of witnesses. You'd be free," Harry finished. Sirius's smile was wolfish. "And we could stop hiding. Build our network openly. Our army," Harry added with a grin that matched his godfather's. "Exactly, pup. Our army." As Harry returned to practicing his levitation charm, Sirius watched him with a mixture of pride and fierce protectiveness. In just 1 month, the boy had transformed from the timid, malnourished child of privet drive to a confident, curious young wizard brimming with potential. And Sirius himself had changed too, the broken man who'd escaped Azkaban was giving way to someone new. Not the carefree youth he'd once been, that Sirius had died with James and Lily, but a man with purpose, with plans, with a future worth fighting for. The wizarding world had no idea what was coming. Neither did Dumbledore, or the Ministry, or the remnants of Voldemort's followers. The boy who lived and his godfather were building something unprecedented, a third force in the coming war, loyal to neither Dumbledore's manipulations nor the Ministry's corruption. They were building an army. And it all began with a desperate burst of accidental magic from a 6-year-old boy in a cupboard under the stairs. Chapter 2, Building Trust, Building Strength. Again, Sirius said, leaning against the weathered fence post. Focus on the feeling, not the words. Harry pointed the battered wand at the rock sitting on the stump. Wingardium Leviosa, he said. The rock wobbled, rose 3 inches, then clattered back down. Better. Sirius clapped. You kept it up twice as long that time. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead, pushing back hair that had grown shaggy over the last 2 years. At 8 years old, he'd filled out since those first desperate days on the run. Not tall for his age, but wiry and quick, with a quiet confidence that showed in his steady green gaze. One more try, Harry insisted, raising the wand again. Sirius checked his watch, a cheap muggle thing that kept decent time. Make it quick. We need to pack up. New safe house tonight. Harry nodded, used to the routine. 2 years of constant movement had taught him to travel light and adapt quickly. He focused on the rock, feeling the magic stir inside him, that same warm current he'd first noticed in the cupboard under the stairs. Wingardium Leviosa. The rock rose smoothly, hovering at eye level. Harry grinned, directing it in a figure-8 pattern. Show off, Sirius said, but his pride was obvious. That's enough for today. The wand's getting temperamental. The old hawthorn wand had been a lucky find in a pawn shop run by a squib in Edinburgh 6 months ago. Not a perfect match for Harry, but better than nothing. Can we practice the shield charm at the next place? Harry asked, carefully setting the wand in its protective case. I almost had it yesterday. If the location's secure enough, Sirius promised. Now pack up. I'll check the wards. Their current hideout was a shepherd's cottage in the Welsh Highlands, abandoned years ago but still sturdy enough to shelter them for the 3 days they'd stayed. Harry quickly gathered their few possessions, clothes, books, potion supplies, and the small wooden box containing his parents' photos that Sirius had risked everything to retrieve from their old house in Godric's Hollow. He packed methodically, arranging everything in the magically expanded rucksack that had become his most prized possession. Each item had its place, a system developed over 2 years of constant movement. Outside, Sirius prowled the perimeter, dismantling the complex wards he'd established. He looked better these days, still lean, but no longer skeletal. His hair was cut short and neat, his face tanned from outdoor living. The haunted look hadn't completely left his eyes, but it surfaced less frequently now. All clear, Sirius announced, returning. Ready to move? Harry nodded, slinging the rucksack over his shoulder. Where to this time? Devon. Coastal town called Tinworth. There's a magical community nearby, but we'll stay on the Muggle side. Sirius grinned. Might even see the ocean this time. Brilliant. Harry had developed a fascination with the sea during their brief stay in a Scottish coastal village last summer. They left no trace of their presence as they hiked down the hillside to where Sirius had hidden their latest vehicle, a battered Muggle motorcycle with a sidecar. Transportation was always temporary, they'd abandon it within a week and find another. Helmet, Sirius reminded, tossing Harry the smaller of 2. As they roared down country lanes, Harry enjoyed the rush of wind and freedom. 2 years ago, he couldn't have imagined this life, constantly moving, but with someone who genuinely cared for him. They'd developed routines within the chaos, magic lessons in the morning, Muggle schoolwork, with textbooks, borrowed from various schools, in the afternoon, planning and strategy in the evening. The motorcycle growled as Sirius took a sharp turn onto a less traveled road. Shortcut, he called over his shoulder. Harry nodded, then froze as he spotted something through the trees, a flash of movement too deliberate to be wildlife. Sirius, he shouted, pointing. Sirius's head snapped in that direction. His eyes widened. Hold on tight. He gunned the engine just as a red spell blast hit the ground where they'd been seconds before. The motorcycle leapt forward, tires skidding on gravel. Ministry? Harry called, heart pounding. Death Eaters, Sirius growled. 3 of them. Recognized Avery's mask. 2 years of drills kicked in. Harry reached into his jacket pocket, retrieving a small glass vial of murky potion. He pulled the cork with his teeth and flung the contents into their wake. The potion exploded into thick, choking mist that expanded rapidly, obscuring the road behind them. Sirius swerved off the road entirely, cutting through a field toward a line of distant trees. Ready for rough terrain, he shouted. Always. Harry called back. Sirius tapped the handlebars with his wand. The motorcycle's tires expanded, gripping the uneven ground better as they bounced across the field. Behind them, angry shouts and random spell blasts indicated their pursuers were struggling with the mist. They shouldn't have found us, Sirius muttered. The wards were solid. They reached the tree line, Sirius maneuvering the motorcycle between trunks with practiced skill. After several minutes of tense navigation, he pulled to a stop in a small clearing. Off, he ordered. We go on foot from here. They abandoned the motorcycle, moving deeper into the woods. Sirius set Harry's rucksack down long enough to retrieve a small mirror from his pocket. Feather to paw, emergency protocol, he spoke into it. Location compromised. Hostiles in pursuit. Requesting alternate rendezvous. The mirror's surface swirled, then revealed the face of a woman with spiky purple hair. Confirmed, Pa, she replied. Coordinates incoming. 30-minute window. Numbers flashed across the mirror's surface. Sirius memorized them, then tucked the mirror away. Change of plans, he told Harry. We're meeting Dora at a safe apparition point. Can you keep going for another mile? Harry nodded grimly. Who's Avery? You've never mentioned him before. Nasty piece of work. Inner Circle Death Eater who claimed Imperius after Voldemort fell. Bought his way out of Azkaban. Sirius's face darkened. He specialized in hunting down Muggleborn families during the war. Why would he be looking for us now? Good question, Sirius said, his expression troubled. Let's get somewhere safe first, then we'll figure it out. They moved swiftly through the forest, using every evasion tactic they'd practiced. Harry had learned to walk silently, to spot signs of pursuit, to use terrain to his advantage. Sirius had been a thorough teacher, and Harry an eager student. After 20 minutes of careful movement, they reached the coordinates, a small stone circle hidden deep in the woods. Ancient magic here, Sirius explained quietly. Masks apparition traces. They waited in tense silence until a faint pop announced their contact's arrival. Nymphadora Tonks, just Tonks, unless you want me to hex you, stood in the center of the stone circle, her hair now electric blue. Watcher, Trouble Twins, she greeted, though her eyes scanned the forest warily. Got your message. What happened? Death Eaters, Sirius replied. 3, maybe 4. Led by Avery. They shouldn't have been able to track us. Tonks's eyebrows shot up. That's concerning. You're sure they were genuine? White masks, black robes, trying to kill us rather than capture, Sirius confirmed. Seemed pretty genuine to me. Right, Tonks nodded. Change of plans then. We can't risk the Tinworth safehouse if they've somehow figured out your movement patterns. She held out her hands. I'll take you both by side along. Got a backup location in mind. Harry took her hand without hesitation. 2 years ago, he wouldn't have trusted anyone Sirius introduced so readily, but experience had taught him to recognize allies. Tonks, a young Auror trainee who happened to be Sirius's cousin, had been one of their first recruits, a sympathetic ear inside the ministry itself. The crushing sensation of apparition squeezed Harry briefly, then they rematerialized in a small, dusty sitting room. Heavy curtains blocked out most of the daylight, and the furniture was draped with sheets. "My grand's old place," Tonks explained, steadying Harry who'd stumbled slightly. "She left it to me last year. Nobody's used it in ages, and it's under Fidelius with me as secret keeper." Sirius did a quick sweep of the room, checking for threats out of habit. "Seems secure." "Thanks, Dora." "Don't call me Dora," she replied automatically. "And you can thank me by explaining why Death Eaters are suddenly hunting you directly. I thought they believed the Ministry propaganda that you kidnapped Harry to deliver him to some non-existent Dark Lord revival party." "That's what we thought too," Sirius said grimly. "Something's changed." He turned to Harry. "You okay, Prongslet?" Harry nodded, already unpacking essentials from his rucksack, a habit that helped him process stressful situations. "I'm fine. The mist potion worked just like we practiced." Pride flickered across Sirius's face. "That it did. Quick thinking." "I still can't believe you're teaching an 8-year-old combat potions," Tonks muttered. "I'm teaching him to survive," Sirius corrected. "Something the Ministry and Dumbledore both failed at." Tonks held up her hands in surrender. "No argument here. Speaking of the Ministry, I've got news. That's why I agreed to meet you in Tinworth originally." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a folded newspaper. "Yesterday's Prophet. Page 3. Sirius unfolded it, and Harry peered around his arm to read the headline, "Ministry reduces resources in Black Manhunt, time to focus on real threats, says head of DM Elite they're scaling back the search." Sirius looked skeptical. "Officially, yes," Tonks confirmed. Amelia Bones pushed it through, argued that after 2 years with no confirmed sightings, resources were being wasted. Fudge fought it, of course, but even Lucius Malfoy didn't back him up this time. "Which means?" Sirius's eyes narrowed. "Which means the Death Eaters are taking matters into their own hands," Tonks finished. "If they can't use Ministry resources to find you, they'll use their own." "But why now?" Harry asked. "We've been hiding for 2 years. What's changed?" Tonks and Sirius exchanged glances. "There have been incidents," Tonks said carefully. "Strange magical occurrences. Rumors of dark mark sightings in remote areas. Nothing concrete enough for the Prophet, but enough to make people nervous." "He's getting stronger," Harry said quietly. Sirius's head snapped toward him. "What makes you say that?" Harry hesitated, not sure how to explain the dreams he'd been having. The distant, cold presence he sometimes felt at the edges of his consciousness. "Just a feeling," he said finally. "And, dreams." Sirius crouched down to Harry's eye level, his expression serious. "What kind of dreams, Harry? This is important." "Snake dreams mostly," Harry admitted. "I'm looking for something. Something important. I feel angry all the time. Impatient." He touched his scar unconsciously. "And my scar hurts when I wake up." The look Sirius and Tonks exchanged worried Harry. "What? What does it mean?" he asked. "It might be nothing," Sirius said, but his tone betrayed his concern. "But we need to take it seriously. I've been researching your connection to Voldemort, and I think your scar is more than just a curse mark." "Your timing for this development is bloody terrible," Tonks muttered. "As if Death Eaters on your tail wasn't enough." "Story of our lives," Sirius replied with a grim smile. He straightened up. "All right, change of plans. We stay here tonight, then head to Scotland tomorrow." "Scotland?" Harry asked. "What's in Scotland?" "Someone we need to talk to," Sirius said. "Someone who might have answers about your dreams and your scar. And someone I should have contacted a long time ago." "Who?" Tonks asked. "Remus Lupin." The cottage sat alone at the edge of a vast Scottish moor, looking as worn and patched as its owner. Sirius and Harry observed it from a distance, sheltered by a copse of wind-bent trees. "Are you sure about this?" Harry asked quietly. "You said he believes you're guilty." Sirius nodded, his face tight with tension. "He does. But if anyone will listen to evidence, it's Remus. He always valued truth above everything. And if he doesn't believe you, then we disapparate immediately," Sirius replied. "That's why we practiced the emergency escape drill this morning." Harry touched the emergency port key hanging around his neck, a small bronze key on a leather cord. If activated, it would transport him to a predetermined safe location where Tonks would meet him. Part of him hoped he wouldn't need it, but 2 years of life on the run had taught him to always prepare for the worst. "Ready?" Sirius asked. Harry nodded, and they approached the cottage. Their footsteps crunched on the gravel path, deliberately noisy, surprising a wizard was never wise. Sure enough, the door opened before they reached it. Remus Lupin stood in the doorway, wand held casually at his side. He looked older than his years, his light brown hair already streaked with gray, his face lined with premature wrinkles. His clothes were shabby but meticulously neat. His eyes widened with shock, then narrowed dangerously when he recognized Sirius despite the glamour charm that had changed his hair color and facial features. "You've got some nerve," Remus said quietly, his wand now pointed directly at Sirius's heart. "Hello to you too, Moony," Sirius replied, keeping his hands visible and away from his wand. "I know what you think of me, but I'm asking for 5 minutes to explain. For James and Lily's sake." "How dare you invoke their names?" Remus snarled, his normally gentle face transformed by anger. His eyes flicked to Harry. "Is that?" "Yes," Sirius said simply. "And if you'll give us 5 minutes, I can prove I'm not what you think." A complex series of emotions crossed Remus's face. His wand hand trembled slightly, but his aim never wavered. "I should call the Aurors right now," he said. "But you won't," Sirius replied steadily. "Because there's a part of you, the part that knew me better than anyone except James, that never fully believed I could do what they accused me of." Something flickered in Remus's eyes. 5 minutes, he said finally. "Inside. Any sudden movements and I'll stun you." They entered the cottage cautiously. The interior was as shabby as the exterior, but scrupulously clean and lined with bookshelves. Remus directed them to sit at a small wooden table while he remained standing, wand still ready. "Talk," he ordered. "We switched secret keepers," Sirius said without preamble. "I convinced James and Lily to use Peter instead of me. I was the obvious choice, everyone knew James and I were like brothers. I thought I was being clever, suggesting the switch." Remus's expression didn't change. "Convenient story when Pettigrew isn't alive to contradict it." "He is alive," Sirius insisted. "He faked his death. Cut off his own finger, blew up the street, transformed into a rat, and escaped through the sewers." "You expect me to believe, I'll take Veritaserum," Sirius interrupted. "Or a wizard's oath. Hell, I'll let you into my mind with legilimency if you know how." "I'm telling the truth, Remus." Remus hesitated, studying Sirius intently. "Why come to me now, after 2 years?" "Because we need your help," Sirius admitted. "And because Harry's having dreams about Voldemort. Dreams that suggest he's trying to return." Remus's eyes snapped to Harry, really looking at him for the first time. "Is this true?" Harry nodded. "For the last few months. I see through a snake sometimes. Other times I'm something else. Something angry and impatient. My scar hurts when I wake up." Remus lowered his wand slightly. "That doesn't sound like something a kidnapper would teach a child to say." "I didn't kidnap him," Sirius said quietly. "I rescued him." "Show him your back, Harry." Harry hesitated, then turned and lifted his shirt, revealing several thin scars across his lower back, remnants of Uncle Vernon's belt that hadn't fully faded. Dumbledore left him with Lily's sister and her husband, Sirius explained, his voice tight with old anger. They kept him in a cupboard, Remus. Starved him. Beat him. For 5 years. Remus paled. Dumbledore assured the Order that Harry was safe and well cared for. He lied, Harry said simply, lowering his shirt. Or he never checked. Either way, he was wrong. Sirius leaned forward. I'm not asking you to trust me blindly, Moony. I'm asking you to look at the evidence. Question everything you've been told, by the Ministry, by Dumbledore, by the Prophet. Use that brilliant brain of yours and decide for yourself. Remus stared at them for a long moment. Then he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small crystal vial. I do have Veritaserum, he said. 3 drops. You'll answer my questions truthfully, or I call the Aurors. Sirius nodded without hesitation. Do it. Harry watched nervously as Remus administered the potion. Sirius's eyes glazed slightly as the powerful truth serum took effect. What is your full name? Remus began. Sirius Orion Black. Did you betray James and Lily Potter to Voldemort? No. The answer came instantly, firmly. Who was their secret keeper? Peter Pettigrew. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew and those Muggles? No. Peter killed the Muggles, cut off his own finger, and transformed into a rat to escape. Why did you break out of Azkaban? Harry was in danger. His magic reached out to me somehow, clearing my head from the Dementor's effects. I felt his pain and knew I had to help him. Remus's face had grown progressively paler with each answer. He asked several more questions, confirming details only the real Sirius would know, then finally set down his wand. Merlin's beard, he whispered. It's all true, isn't it? Every word, Harry confirmed. He saved me, Remus. And we've been hiding ever since. The Veritaserum began to wear off, and Sirius shook his head to clear it. Now do you believe me, Moony? Instead of answering, Remus suddenly crossed the room and pulled Sirius into a fierce embrace. I should have known, he said, his voice rough with emotion. I should have questioned it. I'm so sorry, Padfoot. You couldn't have known, Sirius replied, returning the hug just as fiercely. We all thought we were so clever with the switch. When they pulled apart, both men had suspiciously bright eyes. Remus turned to Harry, kneeling to his level. And you, Harry. The last time I saw you, you were just learning to walk. You'd grab my finger and wouldn't let go. His smile was sad. You look so much like James, but those eyes. My mother's eyes, Harry finished. Sirius has told me. May I? Remus asked, opening his arms tentatively. Harry hesitated only briefly before stepping into the hug. He'd grown more comfortable with physical affection during his time with Sirius, though it still sometimes surprised him. Now, Remus said, rising and wiping his eyes, I think you'd better tell me everything. Starting with these dreams. Hours later, the 3 of them sat surrounded by books pulled from Remus's extensive collection. Mugs of tea had been refilled multiple times as Sirius and Harry recounted their 2 years on the run, and Remus shared what he knew of the current state of the wizarding world. So Dumbledore's still looking for us? Harry asked. Remus nodded. Though more discreetly than the Ministry. He has Order members keeping an eye out, reporting any rumors. He seems troubled by your disappearance. Not just concerned, but somehow personally affected. He had plans for Harry, Sirius said darkly. Plans that didn't include him growing up with a loving family or learning to defend himself properly. That's a serious accusation, Padfoot. Think about it, Moony, Sirius countered. He's the chief warlock. He could have demanded a trial for me at any point. He knew I was Harry's godfather, magically sworn to protect him. Why leave Harry with abusive muggles when there were plenty of wizard families who would have taken him in? Remus frowned. I don't know. Dumbledore always seems to operate on information the rest of us don't have. That's the problem, Sirius said. He keeps his cards so close that no one can question his decisions. And meanwhile, Harry suffered. Harry, who had been flipping through a book on magical connections, looked up. I think I found something about the dreams. Listen to this. In rare cases, when one wizard attempts to kill another with the killing curse and fails, a magical connection may form between them. This connection can manifest in various ways, including shared thoughts, emotions, or even abilities. Remus took the book, his expression troubled. That's from Magic Most Evil. Where did I even, never mind. It suggests your connection to Voldemort goes beyond just surviving his attack. Which explains the dreams, Sirius said. If he's trying to return to power somehow, Harry might be sensing it through their connection. But how would he return? Harry asked. Didn't he die when he tried to kill me? I don't think so, Remus said slowly. There were always rumors. Dumbledore never claimed Voldemort was truly dead, just defeated. He used phrases like, gone for now, in order meetings. So he's out there somewhere, Harry said. Trying to get a body back or something. And his followers are mobilizing, Sirius added grimly. That's why Avery and his friends were after us. They're not just following ministry orders anymore, they're actively hunting us for their master. Remus closed the book with a decisive snap. Then you need more help than just me. You need a network, resources, safe places. That's what we've been building, bit by bit, Sirius explained. We have Tonks in the Aura department, a few sympathetic shopkeepers, a couple of foreign contacts. But it's slow going when you're the country's most wanted wizard. Count me in, Remus said firmly. Whatever you're building, I want to be part of it. It'll be dangerous, Sirius warned. The ministry won't look kindly on anyone helping us. Remus smiled grimly. I'm a werewolf, Padfoot. The ministry already doesn't look kindly on me. Harry's eyes widened. You're a werewolf. Really? Remus tensed, clearly expecting the worst. Yes. I was bitten as a child. That's why I was alone when you found me. The full moon was 2 days ago, and I'm still recovering. Brilliant. Harry exclaimed. Can you control it? Do you remember being a wolf? Can you smell things better even when you're human? Remus blinked in surprise, then laughed, a rusty sound, as if rarely used. Just like your father. James had the same reaction when he found out. No fear, just fascination. His smile turned sad. I've missed that. Moony here was the reason we became animagi in school, Sirius explained to Harry. So we could keep him company during full moons. Which was incredibly dangerous and reckless, Remus added. And brilliant, Sirius countered with a grin. You could teach Harry about dark creatures, Remus suggested. And I could help with his magical education. Defense against the dark arts was always my best subject. Harry brightened. Could you? Sirius has been brilliant, but he says transfiguration was always his specialty. Second only to James, Remus agreed. I'd be honored to teach you, Harry. The conversation continued late into the night, plans taking shape as they pooled their knowledge and resources. When Harry finally fell asleep on the couch, Sirius carefully covered him with a blanket before rejoining Remus at the table. He's remarkable, Remus said softly. After everything he's been through. Kids are resilient, Sirius replied, watching Harry with undisguised affection. But he's special, even accounting for that. Powerful too, more than he realizes. James and Lily would be proud. Remus hesitated. And grateful to you. For saving him. For being the father he needed. Sirius's throat tightened. I'm just trying not to mess it up. There are days I still feel the Azkaban darkness closing in, days I'm not sure I should be responsible for a child. We all have our demons, Remus said. Mine just happen to be more literal. But Harry doesn't need perfect guardians, he needs people who love him and put him first. Which is exactly what you've done. We both will, Sirius said firmly. Now that you're with us. Remus nodded, determination replacing the perpetual weariness in his eyes. So what's our next step in building this secret army of yours? 6 months later, Harry stood in the center of an abandoned warehouse outside Manchester, wand extended, face screwed up in concentration. Protego, he shouted. A shimmering shield erupted from his wand, just in time to deflect the stinging hex Sirius had sent his way. The shield wasn't perfect, wobbling slightly at the edges, but it held. Better. Sirius called, circling to Harry's left. Now maintain it while moving. Harry sidestepped, keeping his shield oriented toward Sirius, who fired off another hex. This one glanced off the edge of the shield, dissipating mostly harmlessly but leaving a slight sting on Harry's shoulder. Focus, Harry, Remus advised from where he observed. The shield goes where your intention directs it, not just where the wand points. Harry nodded, adjusting his stance. 6 months of regular training with both Sirius and Remus had improved his magical control dramatically. The wand, still not a perfect match, no longer fought him quite so much. Ready? Sirius asked with a mischievous grin that reminded Harry how young his godfather really was, barely 30, though Azkaban had aged him. Ready, Harry confirmed, bracing himself. Sirius cast in quick succession, Flipendo. Tarantaligra. Ricta Sempra. Harry's shield caught the first 2 spells, but the third broke through, hitting him with a tickling charm that sent him to his knees, laughing uncontrollably. Finite, Remus said, ending the spell. Good attempt, Harry. Your shield is getting stronger each session. Not strong enough, Harry said, catching his breath. I need to be better. Sirius and Remus exchanged concerned glances, a frequent occurrence lately. Harry knew they worried about his intensity, his determination to master defensive magic. You're doing brilliantly for your age, Sirius assured him. Most kids don't learn shield charms until their 5th year at Hogwarts. Most kids aren't being hunted by Death Eaters, Harry pointed out. Fair point, Remus conceded. But even so, magical development has natural stages. Pushing too hard too fast can be counterproductive. Harry reluctantly nodded. He understood their concern, but the dreams had been getting worse. More vivid. More urgent. Something was happening, and he needed to be ready. One more round, he requested. Please. Sirius sighed, then nodded. One more. But then we break for lunch. Tonks and Bill should be arriving soon with news. They reset positions. This time, Remus joined Sirius, and they circled Harry from opposite sides. Real fights aren't one-on-one, Remus explained. You need to be aware of multiple angles of attack. Harry nodded, shifting his weight to the balls of his feet as Sirius had taught him. When the spells came, simultaneously from both men, Harry didn't try to block them both. Instead, he ducked the first and redirected his shield to catch the second, exactly as they'd practiced. Excellent. Sirius crowed. See? Strategy over raw power. That's how you survive. Harry grinned, pride warming his chest. The warehouse door opened, admitting Tonks, sporting teal hair today, and Bill Weasley, their newest recruit, a cursebreaker for Gringotts who'd been convinced of Sirius's innocence by evidence Remus had carefully presented. Watcher, Harry. Tonks called. Working hard or hardly working? Both, Harry replied cheekily. He liked Tonks, she treated him like a person, not a child or a symbol. Bill, tall and lanky with his distinctive red ponytail, carried a large canvas bag that clinked as he set it down. Brought those ward stones you asked for, Sirius. Wasn't easy to get them past Gringotts security, mind you. Your contributions are appreciated, William, Sirius said with exaggerated formality. Call me William again and I'll hex your hair pink, Bill threatened good-naturedly. The easy camaraderie warmed Harry. Their network was small but growing, each person carefully vetted, each connection strengthened by shared purpose rather than mere convenience. They moved to the makeshift living area in one corner of the warehouse, comfortable chairs, a table, and a cooking area with magical heating elements rather than open flames. Remus prepared lunch while the others discussed their news. The ministry's gone quiet on your case, Tonks reported. Officially, the search is ongoing but low priority. Unofficially, half the Auror department thinks you're dead or left the country. And Dumbledore? Sirius asked. Still searching, Bill confirmed. My parents are still in the Order, though they don't tell me much. From what I gather, Dumbledore is convinced Harry is key to something bigger than anyone realizes. He's been researching magical connections, prophecies, that sort of thing. Harry and Sirius exchanged glances. They'd told their small inner circle about Harry's dreams and his connection to Voldemort, but not about the prophecy Sirius had learned of through careful questioning of former Order members. The knowledge that Harry was supposedly destined to face Voldemort was too dangerous to share widely. Any sign of Pettigrew? Remus asked, placing plates of sandwiches on the table. Bill shook his head. Nothing. If he's still a rat, he could be anywhere. We'll find him, Sirius said with quiet intensity. Eventually. Lunch proceeded with lighter conversation, and Harry found himself relaxing. These gatherings, increasingly common as their network expanded, had become highlights in their still nomadic existence. After eating, the adults spread out maps and diagrams, planning their next moves. Harry joined them, absorbing everything. No one suggested he leave or play elsewhere. From the beginning, Sirius had insisted Harry be included in all planning. It's his life at stake too, he'd argued whenever anyone suggested shielding Harry from the harsher realities. We've secured 3 more safe houses, Bill was explaining, marking locations on the map. One near Hogsmeade, one in Cornwall, and one in London. Each with different sets of wards and protections. The Hogsmeade location is risky, Tonks pointed out. Too close to Dumbledore's sphere of influence. But strategically valuable, Remus countered. If we need information from Hogwarts or quick access to the school. Especially with Harry's Hogwarts letter coming in less than 3 years, Sirius added. The thought of Hogwarts sent a complicated mix of emotions through Harry. Part of him desperately wanted to attend the school his parents had loved, to experience the castle Sirius and Remus described so vividly. Another part feared losing the freedom and family he'd found. Have we decided about Hogwarts then? He asked. The adults exchanged glances. It's your decision, Harry, Sirius said. When the time comes. There are other options, Beauxbatons, Ilvermorny, even private tutoring. But Hogwarts is where Voldemort will focus eventually, Remus added quietly. If your dreams are accurate. And where Dumbledore will be watching for you, Tonks pointed out. Harry nodded, absorbing their perspectives. That was how their group operated, open information, shared decision-making, multiple viewpoints considered. So different from both the Dursleys' tyranny and what he'd learned about Dumbledore's secretive leadership style. I've got almost 3 years to decide, he said finally. Let's see what happens before then. Their planning continued, covering contingencies, recruitment strategies, and intelligence gathering. When the meeting broke up, Bill took Harry aside. Got something for you, he said, reaching into his pocket. My brother Charlie sent it from Romania. He handed Harry a small, curved object, a dragon scale, iridescent green with subtle purple highlights. Romanian longhorn, Bill explained. Charlie says they're good luck. Thought you might like it. It's brilliant, Harry said, genuinely awed. Thanks, Bill. Don't mention it. Bill ruffled Harry's hair. Charlie wants to meet you someday. Says anyone who can give Dumbledore the slip for years is worth knowing. After Bill and Tonks departed, Harry helped clean up while Sirius and Remus discussed ward adjustments for their current hideout. "I've been thinking," Harry said during a lull in conversation. "About recruiting." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "What about it? We're only approaching adults. But there are kids like me who might have reason to join us too." "Children can't be part of a resistance movement, Harry," Remus said gently. "I am," Harry pointed out. "And I don't mean fighting. But information, connections, kids notice things adults don't. And they'll be my classmates eventually." Sirius looked thoughtful. "He has a point, Mooney. The younger generation will eventually inherit this conflict." "Who did you have in mind?" Remus asked Harry. Harry hesitated. "Neville Longbottom, for one. His parents were in the Order, right? And they were hurt by Death Eaters." Sirius and Remus exchanged surprised looks. "How did you know about Frank and Alice?" Sirius asked. "I overheard Tonks telling Bill," Harry admitted. "They didn't know I was listening." "Eavesdropping is a valuable skill," Sirius said with approval. "But yes, the Longbottoms suffered terribly. Neville lives with his grandmother now. He might understand, then," Harry said. "About needing to be ready. About not trusting the Ministry to protect people." Remus looked troubled. "It's a big step, approaching children of former Order members. Augusta Longbottom is formidable, and likely still loyal to Dumbledore. We could at least watch," Harry suggested. "See if there's an opportunity." Sirius studied Harry with an unreadable expression. "You're thinking like a leader, Harry. Identifying potential allies, considering their motivations." He exchanged glances with Remus. "We'll think about it. No promises." Harry nodded, knowing this was as much as he'd get for now. His guardians were protective, though never restrictive in the way the Dursleys had been. They listened to his ideas, treated him as capable, but still shielded him where they could. Later that evening, as Harry practiced occlumency exercises before bed, another skill Remus had begun teaching him to help with the dreams, Sirius sat beside him. "You did well today," Sirius said. "With the shield charm. With your strategic thinking. With everything." "Thanks," Harry said, pleased by the praise. "But Remus and I are worried about you," Sirius continued. "You're pushing yourself hard, maybe too hard for a 9-year-old. Harry felt a flicker of frustration. "I'm not a normal 9-year-old, Sirius. I can't be." "No," Sirius agreed sadly. "You can't. But you deserve some normalcy. Some time to just be a kid." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harry had unconsciously adopted. "When James and Lily asked me to be your godfather, they wanted you to have a happy childhood. I've done my best under the circumstances, but sometimes I wonder if I've robbed you of that by involving you in all this." "You haven't," Harry said firmly. "The Dursleys robbed me of a normal childhood. Voldemort robbed me. You gave me a family." He looked down at his hands. "I have nightmares sometimes, but not about Death Eaters or Voldemort. About going back to the cupboard. About being alone again." Sirius pulled him into a fierce hug. "Never," he promised. "Never again." Harry returned the embrace, the lingering fear that had sparked his intensity in training finally surfacing. "The dreams are getting worse, Sirius. He's getting closer to something. I can feel it. And I'm scared that when he comes back, he'll take everything away from me again." Sirius held him tighter. "We won't let that happen. That's a promise too." As Harry drifted off to sleep that night, he clung to that promise. Whatever came, whatever Voldemort planned, whatever the Ministry did, whatever Dumbledore wanted, they would face it together. Their small but growing family, their nascent network, their secret preparations. It wasn't the childhood his parents might have wanted for him, but it was far better than the one he'd been sentenced to at the Dursleys. And for now, that was enough. The attack came 3 months later, without warning. They'd established a temporary base in the Scottish Highlands, in a magically expanded cave system that Bill had helped secure with Gringotts quality wards. The location offered a good vantage point and multiple escape routes, standard criteria for any hideout they used for more than a few days. Harry was outside, practicing a controlled form of wandless magic that Remus believed might be less detectable than wand magic. The exercise involved focusing on a small stone, trying to warm it with just his magical intention. Visualize the heat, Remus instructed from where he sat nearby, reading a book on magical theory. Magic responds to clear intention, not just words and wands. Harry focused, feeling the now familiar warmth building inside him. The stone on his palm began to heat slightly. Good, Remus encouraged. Now maintain that temperature without increasing it. Control is more important than power. A sharp crack from the valley below shattered Harry's concentration. His head snapped up just as Remus leapt to his feet, wand already drawn. Inside, Remus ordered, eyes scanning the terrain. Now. Harry didn't argue, rushing toward the cave entrance. Before he reached it, 3 more cracks echoed across the valley. Apparition sounds. Sirius. Remus called urgently as they entered the cave. Company. Sirius emerged from the back chamber where he'd been working on communication mirrors. One look at their faces told him everything. How many? He asked, already moving to a trunk where emergency supplies were kept. At least 4, Remus replied. Operat into the valley. No ministry signature patterns, these are freelancers. Death Eaters, Sirius muttered. Again. How do they keep finding us? The trace shouldn't be active, the amulet's still working, Remus said, glancing at Harry. Harry touched the silver amulet he still wore. The Borgin and Burke's purchase had proved effective at muddling his trace, though they'd supplemented it with additional enchantments over time. Maybe it's not the trace, Harry suggested. Maybe it's me. My connection to him. Sirius and Remus exchanged alarmed glances. Something to consider later, Sirius decided. Right now, we stick to the escape protocol. Separate destinations, rendezvous at Safe House Echo in 24 hours. Harry nodded, moving to grab his always packed rucksack. They'd drilled this scenario countless times. Split up, use different escape methods, make their way separately to the designated meeting point. It reduced the chance of all being captured at once. Barrier ward just triggered, Remus reported tensely, monitoring a small enchanted stone that glowed red. They're testing our defenses. Bill's wards will hold for a few minutes at least, Sirius said. Harry, you take the north tunnel. Use the broom once you're clear. Fly low, stick to the tree cover. Harry nodded, slinging his rucksack over his shoulder. See you at Echo, he said with forced confidence. Be careful, Sirius said, quickly hugging him. If anything feels wrong, use your emergency port key. Don't wait, don't investigate. I know, Harry assured him. You be careful too. Both of you. He hurried toward the back of the cave where several escape tunnels had been prepared. The north tunnel was narrow but navigable, leading to an exit point half a mile away, far enough to be outside any standard anti-apparition wards their attackers might erect. Harry had just entered the tunnel when he heard the cave's outer wards fall with a resonant magical shockwave. Spellfire erupted behind him, Sirius and Remus engaging the attackers to buy him time. He forced himself to keep moving forward. They'd trained for this. They all knew their roles. The tunnel was dark, but Harry had long since mastered the Lumos charm. His wand lit the way as he navigated the twisting passage, trying to move quickly but quietly. Behind him, the sounds of battle faded, muffled by rock and distance. He emerged from a concealed opening on a wooded hillside, quickly extinguishing his wand light. The broom, a decent but unremarkable clean sweep 7, was hidden exactly where it should be, in a hollow log marked with a small carved rune. Harry retrieved it, mounted, and pushed off gently, keeping low to the ground as Sirius had taught him. Flying came naturally to him, a skill that had emerged during their first impromptu flying lesson 2 years ago. He weaved between trees, heading northeast toward Safe House Echo, an abandoned groundskeeper's cottage on the edge of a Muggle estate. A flash of red light to his right was his only warning. Harry veered sharply left as a stunning spell cut through the air where he'd been moments before. Heart pounding, he accelerated, ducking below a low-hanging branch. There he is. A harsh voice called. The boy's escaping. 2 figures on brooms emerged from the trees ahead, cutting off his path. Harry veered again, diving toward a narrow gap between trunks. A spell hit the tail of his broom, sending it into a spin. He fought for control, barely managing to avoid crashing as he pulled up sharply. Think, he ordered himself. Remember the drills. He couldn't outfly adult wizards on superior brooms. He couldn't outfight them with his limited magical training. But he had other advantages, his size, his knowledge of the terrain, and the fact that they wanted him alive. Harry abruptly changed tactics, diving straight down toward the densest part of the forest. His smaller frame allowed him to slip through gaps the adults would have to navigate around. He heard curses behind him as branches whipped at his pursuers. "Stop, Potter," one called. "We don't want to hurt you." Harry didn't slow down. Instead, he spotted a narrow ravine ahead and aimed for it, pulling his feet up onto the broomstick to make himself as compact as possible. He shot into the crevice, the rock walls so close on either side that his elbows nearly brushed them. Behind him, he heard a crash and a scream as one pursuer failed to navigate the entrance to the ravine. One down. The ravine twisted and turned, forcing Harry to fly on instinct rather than conscious thought. He'd always been good at this, reacting without overthinking. When the ravine opened into a wider valley, he pulled up sharply, climbing above the tree line for the first time. A mistake. A spell hit him from above, not a stunner, but something that wrapped magical bonds around his chest and arms, pinning them to his sides. The broom, no longer controlled, began to fall. Harry plummeted toward the trees, desperately trying to free himself from the magical bonds. They only tightened. The ground rushed up to meet him. At the last possible moment, a different spell hit him, Arresto Momentum. Slowing his fall enough that when he crashed through the branches, it wasn't immediately fatal. Still, the impact knocked the wind from his lungs and sent pain shooting through his right leg as it twisted beneath him. Dazed, Harry tried to reach for his wand, only to find his arms still bound. A shadow fell over him. Finally, a cultured voice said. "The famous boy who lived." Harry looked up into the pale, pointed face of a wizard with long blonde hair and cold gray eyes. He wore expensive-looking robes and carried a cane with a silver serpent head. Lucius Malfoy, Harry realized aloud, recognizing him from descriptions Sirius had given. Malfoy looked surprised, then pleased. "My reputation precedes me." How flattering. He knelt beside Harry, examining him with clinical interest. "You've led us on quite a chase, Mr. Potter. 2 years of hide and seek. Most entertaining." Harry said nothing, assessing his options. His emergency port key was around his neck, but with his arms bound, he couldn't reach it. His wand had fallen somewhere during the crash. His leg throbbed painfully, possibly broken. "Where's Sirius?" he asked finally. "Your dog father." Malfoy smiled thinly. "Currently occupied with my colleagues. Don't worry, we have no orders to kill him, yet. My master wants that pleasure for himself." "Your master is a wraith," Harry said, watching for a reaction. "Half dead and desperate." Anger flashed across Malfoy's aristocratic features. "You know nothing, boy. But you will learn respect soon enough." He stood, casting another spell that lifted Harry into the air, still bound. "Now, let's reunite you with Black and the werewolf, shall we? A touching family reunion before you're all taken to meet your destiny." Harry felt cold fear grip his stomach. If they had Sirius and Remus too? Why now, he asked, trying to buy time, to think. Why come after us now, after 2 years? Malfoy smiled unpleasantly. Because the board has changed, Mr. Potter. My master has found a path back to corporeal form. He needs only one final ingredient, you. Harry's scar suddenly burned with white-hot intensity. The pain was blinding, worse than anything he'd experienced before. With it came a surge of malicious pleasure that wasn't his own, alien emotions flooding through the connection. Ah, Malfoy observed. You feel it, don't you? His attention. He's waited a long time for this moment. Through the haze of pain, Harry felt something else, a building pressure inside him, similar to his accidental magic but stronger, more focused. The same energy that had reached across Britain to Sirius in Azkaban 3 years ago. He won't win, Harry managed through gritted teeth. Not today. The pressure built further, straining against his skin, seeking release. Harry didn't fight it. Instead, he directed it, not with his wand or with words, but with pure desperate intention. Help me, he projected with all his might. Sirius. Remus. The energy exploded outward in a wave of golden light. The magical bonds shattered. Malfoy was thrown backward, slamming into a tree trunk with a sickening crack. Harry fell to the ground, crying out as his injured leg took his weight. In the sudden silence, Harry heard the distinctive crack of apparition. He braced himself for more Death Eaters, but instead, Sirius and Remus appeared, bloody and disheveled but very much alive and free. Harry. Sirius rushed to him, casting diagnostic spells. Your leg's broken. What happened? We felt something. Like a magical beacon. Malfoy, Harry gasped, pointing to where the blonde wizard lay unconscious. Others too. They said. Voldemort has a way back. He needs me for it. Remus checked Malfoy briefly. Alive, but concussed. We should go before he wakes or his friends find us. Sirius carefully lifted Harry. Emergency protocol. Straight to the backup safe house. Moony, can you apparate with him? I'll secure our escape, make sure we're not followed. Remus nodded, taking Harry gently. See you there. 5 minutes max, or we move again. Harry closed his eyes as the squeezing sensation of apparition enveloped him. His last sight was of Sirius pointing his wand at Malfoy, face set in grim determination. The backup safe house turned out to be a small Muggle flat in Edinburgh, one of several properties Remus had quietly acquired using his mother's modest inheritance. By the time Sirius arrived, Remus had already set Harry's leg and given him pain potion. Malfoy? Remus asked as Sirius appeared with a faint pop. Obliviated, Sirius replied grimly. Won't remember what Harry did, or our conversation. His friends too, there were 3 still conscious enough to find him. He crossed immediately to Harry, who lay on a transfigured couch, his leg immobilized. How are you feeling, Prongslet? Sore, Harry admitted. But okay. Did they hurt you? Sirius shook his head, though the cut above his eyebrow suggested the fight had been fierce. Nothing serious. We were holding our own until we felt your, whatever that was. It was like the Azkaban connection, Harry explained. But I did it on purpose this time. I focused the magic and just, pushed. Remus and Sirius exchanged meaningful looks. That's extraordinary magic, Harry, Remus said carefully. Most adult wizards couldn't create a magical distress signal powerful enough to be felt miles away, let alone one that could physically repel attackers. It was desperation, Harry said, though even he knew that wasn't a complete explanation. But Malfoy said something important. He said Voldemort has found a way back to a body, and that he needs me for it. Sirius's face darkened. Did he elaborate? No. But he seemed confident. Called Voldemort his master, present tense. This accelerates our timeline, Remus said. If Voldemort is close to returning, we need to be better prepared. Sirius nodded. We need to warn our network, increase security protocols, maybe accelerate some of our recruitment efforts. He glanced at Harry. And we need to better understand Harry's connection to Voldemort. Today it saved him, but what if it works both ways? What if Voldemort can access Harry's mind just as Harry sometimes sees through his? The thought sent a chill through Harry. Can we block it? Like with occlumency? We can try, Remus said. But traditional occlumency might not be enough for this kind of connection. We need more information. Which means research, Sirius concluded. And possibly consulting some experts, carefully. Bill might know someone at Gringotts, Remus suggested. The goblins have their own branch of mind magic. Harry listened to them plan, the reality of the situation sinking in. Voldemort was coming back. The dreams hadn't been just dreams, they'd been glimpses of actual plans being made, actual progress toward resurrection. What did Malfoy mean, that Voldemort needs me for it? He asked suddenly, interrupting their discussion. The adults fell silent, exchanging troubled glances. There are certain dark rituals, Remus began carefully, that require specific ingredients. Blood, bone, flesh. Often from specific individuals connected to the wizard performing the ritual. And I'm connected to Voldemort through my scar, Harry concluded. It's a possibility, Sirius admitted. One more reason to keep you safe and hidden. Harry processed this, a strange calm settling over him. Knowledge, even frightening knowledge, was better than ignorance. It let you prepare, plan, adapt. Then we need to be ready, he said. Not just hiding, but actively working against him. Finding allies, gathering information, training harder. Sirius studied him, concern and pride mingling in his expression. You're right. But Harry, you're 9 years old. Your job isn't to fight Voldemort. It's to grow up, learn, be as normal a kid as possible under the circumstances. I know, Harry said. But normal was never really an option for me, was it? Not since that Halloween. The sadness in Sirius's eyes told Harry everything. No, his godfather admitted. It wasn't. But that doesn't mean you have to carry this alone. We're building something bigger than just us now. A network of people who understand what's at stake. Your parents had the Order of the Phoenix, Remus added. But it had flaws, too centralized around Dumbledore, too many secrets, too many divided loyalties. What we're building is different. A secret army, Harry said, remembering how they'd first described it years ago. Not just fighters, Sirius corrected. Information gatherers, healers, potion makers, ward specialists. People with diverse skills united by common cause. People who believe the truth about you, Harry added. About Pettigrew. About Voldemort coming back. Sirius nodded. Exactly. Speaking of which, he pulled out his communication mirror. I should update Tonks. She'll worry if she doesn't hear from us after a planned check-in. As Sirius moved to another room for privacy, Remus checked Harry's leg again. The bones are knitting well, he said. But you'll need to stay off it for at least a day. The potion can only accelerate natural healing so much. Harry nodded, then hesitated. Remus? Can I ask you something? Of course. Are you and Sirius afraid of me? Of what I can do? Remus looked startled. Afraid of you? No, Harry. Never. Concerned for you, yes. Amazed by you, definitely. But afraid? No. But the magic I did today, you said it wasn't normal. Extraordinary doesn't mean frightening, Remus said gently. Your magic responds to your needs, your emotions. That's actually quite natural, just unusually powerful. And given who you are, who your parents were, it's not entirely surprising. What do you mean? Remus smiled slightly. James and Lily were exceptionally powerful magical individuals in their own right. James became an animagus at 15, a feat many adult wizards never accomplish. Lily created original charms while still a student. The fact that their son shows unusual magical potential is genetics, not something sinister. Harry nodded, somewhat reassured. So the connection with Voldemort didn't change me? Remus considered this carefully. I believe the connection may have influenced how your magic manifests in some ways. But it didn't create your power, Harry. That was always yours. He squeezed Harry's shoulder. Magic is ultimately an extension of who we are. Yours responds to your desire to protect, to connect with those you care about. That says more about you than any scar could. The conversation paused as Sirius returned, looking grim. Tonks says there's been a development at the Ministry, he reported. Fudge is pushing emergency powers legislation through the Wizengamot, citing increased, dark activity, as justification. What kind of powers? Remus asked sharply. Expanded detention without trial. Increased surveillance authorities. Reduced oversight for the DMLE. That's convenient timing, Harry observed. Right when Voldemort's followers are getting active again. Very convenient, Sirius agreed. Tonks suspects Malfoy's influence. He's been cozying up to Fudge for years, making large donations to all the right causes. What does it mean for us? Harry asked. It means the Ministry is becoming more dangerous, not less, Sirius explained. They may have downgraded the active hunt for us, but these new powers would make it easier for them to hold anyone who helps us. We need to warn the network, Remus said. Sirius nodded. Already asked Tonks to activate Protocol Whisper. Everyone goes to ground for 72 hours, communications blackout except for emergencies. Will they be safe? Harry worried. As safe as we can make them, Sirius assured him. Everyone has emergency plans, escape routes, cover stories. It's why we drilled them so thoroughly. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility. These people had joined their cause partly because of him, because they believed in helping the boy who lived escape Ministry control and prepare for Voldemort's return. If any were captured. Stop that, Sirius said gently, recognizing Harry's expression. Everyone in our network made their choice with full knowledge of the risks. We protect each other, but no one bears sole responsibility. Your godfather's right, Remus added. And remember, most of our allies have only minimal knowledge of our operations, compartmentalized information, so no one person can compromise everyone if caught. Harry nodded again, the practicality of their security measures somewhat reassuring. So what now? Do we stay here? For tonight, Sirius confirmed. Tomorrow, once your leg is stronger, we move to Safe House Juniper. It's under Fidelius with Bill as secret keeper. And then? Then we accelerate our plans, Sirius said grimly. Training, recruitment, intelligence gathering. If Voldemort is close to returning, we need to be ready. Which brings us back to Neville Longbottom, Harry said. And other potential allies our age. Sirius and Remus exchanged looks again. We'll discuss it, Sirius promised. For now, rest. We all need it. As Harry drifted off to sleep that night, the pain potion making his thoughts fuzzy, he couldn't shake the feeling that a countdown had begun. Voldemort was coming back. The question wasn't if, but when, and whether their small network would be ready when he did. His last thought before sleep claimed him was a strange one. For the first time in his life, he was glad he wasn't normal. Normal wouldn't be enough for what was coming. Augusta Longbottom's manor house stood imposing against the autumn sky, its gardens meticulously maintained despite the season. Harry observed it from the shelter of nearby woods, his newly healed leg aching slightly in the damp weather. Remember the plan, Sirius murmured beside him. Observation only. No contact unless we're certain it's safe. Harry nodded, adjusting the omnioculars Remus had enchanted with additional magical detection capabilities. I still think this is our best option. Neville lost his parents to Bellatrix Lestrange. He has every reason to want to prepare for what's coming. Augusta is the wild card, Remus said from Harry's other side. She's formidable, politically connected, and was never part of the Order. She thought Dumbledore was too soft even then. Whether that works in our favor is unclear. Their intelligence on the Longbottom household had come from careful research and distant observation over the past month. After the confrontation with Malfoy, they'd accelerated all their plans, including potential recruitment of the children of former Order members. There he is, Harry said, focusing the omnioculars on a round-faced boy working in one of the gardens. That's Neville. Sirius took the omnioculars for a look. Looks like Frank around the eyes. Poor kid. They watched as Neville tended what appeared to be non-magical plants with careful, methodical movements. Unlike the pristine ornamental gardens near the house, this patch seemed to be Neville's personal project, less formal, more practical. He's good with plants, Harry observed. Really focused. His grandmother's coming, Remus warned. Augusta Longbottom strode across the lawn, her tall figure unmistakable with its distinctive vulture-topped hat. She stopped near Neville, speaking to him with sharp gestures. Even from a distance, her disapproval was evident in her posture. Harry frowned as he watched Neville's shoulders hunch. The boy nodded repeatedly, his earlier confidence with the plants replaced by nervous deference. She's hard on him, Harry said quietly. Augusta lost her son and daughter-in-law in all but body, Remus explained. She's likely raising Neville to live up to their legacy. Familiar pressure, Harry murmured. Just from a different source. They continued watching as Augusta eventually left, and Neville returned to his gardening, though with less enthusiasm than before. We need to know more before approaching, Sirius decided. Their security, their routines, whether Augusta might be sympathetic to our cause or hostile to it. I could talk to him while she's not around, Harry suggested. Just kids meeting by chance. Too risky, Remus said immediately. If you're recognized, I wouldn't be, Harry countered. I'd use the appearance-altering potion Bill gave us. Say I'm visiting relatives nearby. Just feel him out, see what he knows, what he thinks. Sirius and Remus exchanged their now familiar concerned glances. It has merit, Sirius admitted reluctantly. Less suspicious than adults approaching. But I don't like putting you in that position, Harry. I can handle it, Harry insisted. I've been training for situations like this. And it's just talking, not fighting Death Eaters. After further discussion, they developed a compromise plan. Harry would approach Neville during one of his regular gardening sessions, but Sirius and Remus would be nearby under disillusionment charms, ready to intervene if necessary. They'd use the appearance-altering potion to give Harry nondescript features that wouldn't trigger recognition. 3 days later, the opportunity arose. Augusta left the manor for a Wisengamot session in London, and Neville retreated to his garden plot as soon as she departed. Harry, now sporting sandy brown hair and modified facial features, approached along the public path that ran near the Longbottom property. Hello, he called casually as he neared the low stone wall separating the path from the gardens. Those are brilliant plants. What are they? Neville looked up, startled at being addressed. Oh, hello. They're just herbs mostly. Rosemary, thyme, some rarer varieties. For cooking? Harry asked, leaning on the wall with practiced nonchalance. Some, Neville replied, warming slightly to the topic. Others for potions. Though I'm not very good at those yet. Me neither, Harry said truthfully. Potions are tricky. I'm better at herbology myself. Neville perked up. You study herbology too? Are you at Hogwarts? You look young. Private tutoring, Harry explained, using their prepared cover story. My family travels a lot. I'm Harry, by the way. Using his real first name was a calculated risk, common enough to avoid suspicion, but allowing him to respond naturally. Neville Longbottom, Neville replied, approaching the wall. Are you visiting nearby? My aunt lives over that way, Harry gestured vaguely. Bit boring staying with her, to be honest. I saw you gardening yesterday and thought I'd say hello. Neville seemed both pleased and suspicious at the friendly overture. You're interested in plants? Among other things, Harry shrugged. Lately I've been reading about defensive magic, actually. Defensive magic? Neville echoed. Like, defense against the dark arts. Exactly, Harry nodded. With all the weird things in the Prophet lately, seems useful to know how to protect yourself, right? Neville looked uncertain. My gran says those stories are exaggerated. Ministry trying to justify new powers. Maybe, Harry allowed. But better safe than sorry. Especially with. You know, what happened before. With you-know-who. Neville's face clouded. Gran doesn't like to talk about that time. Except to tell me how brave my parents were. They were Aurors, right? Harry asked carefully. The best, Neville said, a flicker of pride breaking through his usual hesitance. They fought him directly 3 times. That's what Gran says. That's amazing, Harry said sincerely. My parents fought against him too. They died in the war. Neville's eyes widened with recognition and sympathy. I'm sorry. Mine aren't, they're not dead, but they're not really here either. He looked down. Death Eaters tortured them until their minds broke. They're in St. Mungo's now. That's horrible, Harry said softly. I'm so sorry, Neville. Neville nodded, looking both pained and relieved to have shared this with someone. That's why I want to be good at magic. To make them proud. But I'm not very good so far. Gran says I'm nothing like my dad. Adults always compare us to our parents, Harry said. But we're our own people too. Exactly. Neville agreed, surprisingly passionate. I might not be good at the same things my dad was, but I have my own strengths. Like herbology, Harry pointed out. Yes. I've read every book I can find on magical plants. I even have my own experiments going. He gestured to a corner of the garden where several unusual specimens grew. But Gran thinks it's a soft subject. Not like transfiguration or defense. Harry leaned closer, lowering his voice. Can I tell you something? I think people underestimate how powerful plants can be. Mandrakes can kill with their cry. Devil's snare can restrain powerful wizards. The right herbs can heal injuries no spell can touch. Neville's face lit up at this validation. That's what I try to tell Gran. Herbology isn't just gardening, it's powerful magic in its own right. Their conversation continued, Harry carefully steering it toward topics that might reveal Neville's attitudes about the Ministry, Dumbledore, and the possibility of Voldemort's return. He found Neville surprisingly thoughtful, with a quiet strength beneath his initial nervousness. Do you think he's really gone? Harry asked eventually. You know who, I mean. Neville hesitated, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. Gran doesn't think so, he admitted quietly. She says Dumbledore never claimed he was truly dead. Just, waiting. That's why she's teaching me about our family history, our alliances. She says when he returns, the old families will need to stand together. This was unexpected information. Your grandmother doesn't trust the Ministry to protect you. Not really, Neville said. She says they're too corrupt, too easily influenced by gold. And she doesn't fully trust Dumbledore either, says he keeps too many secrets. He looked embarrassed. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. It's okay, Harry assured him. Actually, my guardian thinks similarly. That's why he's teaching me defense early, making sure I can protect myself. I wish I could learn proper defense, Neville said wistfully. Gran hired a tutor, but he gave up after a month. Said I didn't have the aptitude. Maybe you just need a different teaching approach, Harry suggested. Everyone learns differently. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the manor's back door opening. Neville glanced over his shoulder nervously. That's our housekeeper, he said. I should go in for lunch. It was nice meeting you, Harry. You too, Harry said. Maybe I'll see you again while I'm visiting. Neville smiled, a genuine, warm expression that transformed his round face. I'd like that. I'm usually out here in the mornings when the weather's decent. Harry nodded and continued down the path, maintaining his casual demeanor until he was out of sight. In the prearranged meeting spot in the woods, Sirius and Remus were waiting, their disillusionment charms dropped. Well? Sirius asked. He's perfect, Harry said immediately. Understands the threat, doesn't fully trust the Ministry or Dumbledore, has personal motivation because of his parents. And Augusta might actually be sympathetic to our cause, she's already preparing Neville for Voldemort's return in her own way. Remus looked thoughtful. Augusta Longbottom as an ally would be significant. She has influence in circles we don't. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sirius cautioned. One conversation isn't enough to risk approaching them officially. But it's a start, Harry insisted. I connected with him. I can build on that, gain his trust. Then when the time is right, tell him the truth. Sirius studied Harry with a mixture of pride and concern. You've got good instincts for this, Harry. Better than I did at your age, that's for sure. It helps when you've lived on both sides, Harry said quietly. I know what it's like to be kept in the dark, to be unprepared. I don't want that for Neville or anyone else who might be targeted when Voldemort returns. As they prepared to depart, Harry looked back toward the Longbottom Manor. For the first time, their secret army concept felt truly tangible, not just a handful of adults helping two fugitives, but the beginning of something larger, a true alternative to both the Ministry's corruption and Dumbledore's secretive approach. Next steps, he asked as they prepared to apparate. We continue observation, Remus decided. You build a friendship with Neville gradually. Meanwhile, Bill approaches Augusta through Gringotts channels, she's on the bank's board of advisors. Nothing direct, just testing the waters. Sirius nodded agreement. And we accelerate our other preparations. Training, safe houses, contingency plans. Malfoy's little hunting party proved we need to be better prepared. Harry took Remus's arm for side-along apparition, his mind already mapping out how to approach Neville next time, what information to share, what to hold back. It was a delicate balance, building genuine friendship while also assessing potential recruitment. As they disappeared with a crack, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced often in his young life, genuine optimism. Their network was growing. Their plans were advancing. And for the first time, he wasn't just running from threats, he was building something that might actually change the course of the coming conflict. The next 6 months saw their network expand cautiously but steadily. Bill Weasley's careful approach to Augusta Longbottom through Gringotts channels had yielded promising results, not alliance yet, but interesting conversations about Ministry corruption and the inadequacy of Hogwarts' defense curriculum. Harry's friendship with Neville deepened through regular, chance meetings that eventually evolved into Augusta inviting Henry, Harry's cover identity, to visit properly. She remained ignorant of his true identity, but approved of her grandson having a friend who encouraged his interest in herbology while also discussing more practical subjects. Their core group now included Tonks, Bill, occasionally Charlie Weasley, during his visits from Romania, a retired Auror named Dedalus Johnson who'd worked with James Potter, and a French wand maker named Marcel Fournier who provided them with custom wands not registered with the British Ministry. Harry's new wand, 11 inches, holly with phoenix feather, had bonded with him instantly, producing a shower of red and gold sparks that had made Sirius whoop with delight. The improved focus had accelerated his magical training dramatically. Again, Sirius commanded, circling Harry in the training room of Safe House Juniper, the most permanent of their bases, located in a magically expanded basement beneath an unremarkable Muggle house in Cornwall. Harry raised his wand, feeling the connection between his magic and the Phoenix Feather Core. Protego Maxima. The shield that erupted wasn't just a barrier, it was a dome of shimmering energy that completely enclosed him. Sirius fired a series of increasingly powerful spells at it, testing its strength. Outstanding! Remus called from where he observed. That's Hogwarts' fourth-year level at minimum. The shield finally collapsed under a particularly forceful reducto, but Harry immediately cast again, this time focusing the shield in the direction of the attack rather than creating a full dome. Good adaptation, Sirius approved. More efficient when you know where the attack is coming from. Save your strength. They continued training for another hour, moving from shields to counter curses to offensive spells. At nearly 10 years old, Harry's magical education was well beyond what most wizarding children received before Hogwarts. The limited trace on his new wand, a specialty of Fournier's craftsmanship, meant he could practice freely within their warded safe houses. After training, they gathered in the kitchen where Bill Weasley waited with news. His red hair was tied back in its usual ponytail, his fawn earring catching the light as he spread out documents on the table. Gringotts intelligence confirms unusual withdrawals from certain vaults, he reported. Death Eater families accessing old caches, converting galleons to untraceable assets. Preparing for something, Sirius concluded. More than that, Bill continued. There's been increased interest in certain artifacts associated with resurrection rituals. Nothing overt, just academic inquiries about historical items with specific properties. Matching what Malfoy told Harry, Remus noted grimly. They're actively pursuing a method to restore Voldemort to a body. Any timeline? Harry asked, sliding into a chair beside Bill. Hard to say, Bill admitted. But the pace is accelerating. Something within a year, probably. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. We need to be ready. How's our recruitment going? Slowly, Remus said. We've made contact with 3 more potential allies, a potion mistress in Wales, a curse-breaker colleague of Bill's, and a magical creature expert who might help us establish connections with the Centaur communities. And Neville? Sirius asked, glancing at Harry. Getting closer, Harry replied. I've started dropping hints about my real identity. Testing his reaction to the idea that the Ministry narrative about you might be wrong. And? He's skeptical of the Ministry already, Harry said. His grandmother's influence. But he still believes Dumbledore is fundamentally good, if flawed. A common perspective, Remus noted. Even among those who question his methods. Their discussion continued, covering security protocols, training schedules, and intelligence gathering. Harry contributed actively, his perspective valued equally despite his age. It was one of the things he appreciated most about their little family, he was never dismissed or sidelined because he was a child. As the meeting wound down, an enchanted mirror on the wall chimed softly. Perimeter alarm, Sirius said, instantly alert. Someone's approaching the outer wards. Wands were drawn as Remus activated the surveillance charms. The mirror's surface rippled, then showed a cloaked figure approaching the nondescript Muggle house above them. It's Tonks, Remus identified, relaxing slightly. But she's early. And alone. Could be trouble, Sirius said. Harry, standard procedure. Harry nodded, moving to a concealed alcove that contained emergency supplies and a dedicated escape port key. Standard procedure when unexpected visitors arrived, even known allies, was for Harry to remain hidden until the situation was assessed. From his position, Harry could hear the others greeting Tonks as she came down the hidden staircase. Her voice sounded tense, lacking its usual cheerful tone. Sorry to drop in unannounced, she was saying. But this couldn't wait for normal channels. What's happened? Sirius asked. 2 things, Tonks replied. First, the ministries declared a special task force specifically for locating Harry. Not you, Sirius, just Harry. They're calling it Child Welfare Protection, but Scrimgeour's heading it, not the welfare department. Why now? Remus wondered. After all this time. That's the second thing, Tonks said grimly. Dumbledore made a direct appeal to the Wizengamot yesterday. Spoke about disturbing evidence that Harry's magical signature has been detected performing spells well beyond normal childhood development. Harry's stomach dropped. Despite their precautions, some of his magical activity had apparently been detected. He specifically mentioned advanced shield charms and defensive spells, Tonks continued. Said it suggested Harry was being prepared for conflict in ways that risk his natural childhood development. Rich coming from the man who left him with abusive muggles, Sirius growled. Dumbledore's playing a different angle now, Remus observed. Not portraying you as a kidnapper or threat, but as misguided, someone who loves Harry but is raising him incorrectly. It's working too, Tonks added. The Wizengamot was sympathetic. There's talk of conditional amnesty for you, Sirius, if you bring Harry in for proper evaluation. Harry emerged from the alcove, unable to remain hidden during a discussion so directly about him. They want to separate us, he said flatly. The adults turned, not surprised by his appearance, they'd known he could hear them. That's my read, Tonks agreed. Offer Sirius freedom in exchange for surrendering you to Dumbledore's influence. Not happening, Sirius said immediately. We stay together. There's more, Tonks said reluctantly. The monitoring of magical signatures has been expanded under Fudge's emergency powers. They're specifically calibrating detection spells to identify Harry's magical signature based on residual traces from Privet Drive and Godric's Hollow. Remus frowned. That could compromise our safe houses, even with standard wards. We need to adjust our approach, Bill suggested. Less direct magic from Harry for a while, more focus on potions, theory, and physical training. Or we could just tell them all to sod off, Harry suggested with a flash of the temper he rarely displayed. I'm tired of hiding. Tired of them dictating our lives. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder. I understand the frustration, believe me. But direct confrontation isn't wise yet. We're building something important, something that will eventually let us operate in the open. But we're not there yet. Harry nodded, mastering his emotions with the occlumency techniques Remus had been teaching him. You're right. Sorry. Never apologize for how you feel, Sirius said firmly. Your feelings are valid. It's just our tactics that need careful consideration. They spent the next hour developing new protocols to address the increased ministry surveillance. Harry would temporarily cease using his wand except in absolute emergencies. They would accelerate development of specialized protective items that use preset enchantments rather than active spellcasting. Safe houses would be rotated more frequently. As the discussion wound down, Harry found himself sitting beside Tonks, who had changed her hair to a subdued brown, a sign she was troubled. Something else bothering you? He asked quietly. Tonks glanced at him, surprised by his perception. Sharp as always, aren't you? Yeah, there is something. She lowered her voice. I overheard Moody talking to Kingsley. Apparently Dumbledore is obsessed with finding you because of some prophecy. Something about you being the only one who can defeat you-know-who. Harry kept his expression neutral, but his heart raced. Sirius had told him about the prophecy a year ago, but they'd agreed to keep that knowledge limited to just the three of them. Did you tell Sirius? He asked. Not yet, Tonks admitted. Wanted to tell you first, since it's about you. Thought you deserved to know before everyone started planning around it. Harry felt a rush of gratitude for Tonks's respect. Thanks. I appreciate that. He hesitated. Actually, Sirius told me about the prophecy last year. At least, what he knew of it from my parents. Tonks's eyebrows rose. Sirius knows the prophecy. The full thing. Not the exact wording. Just that it marked me as the one who could defeat Voldemort. Harry had long since stopped using you-know-who around their inner circle. That's why my parents were targeted specifically. That explains a lot, Tonks mused. Why Dumbledore's so invested in controlling your upbringing? Why the Death Eaters want you specifically? Harry nodded. It's a weight sometimes, he admitted. Knowing people expect me to somehow defeat the darkest wizard in generations. Tonks bumped his shoulder gently with hers. Hey. You're not alone in this. Prophecy or no prophecy, you've got a whole network of people who'll stand with you. She grinned. Besides, from what I've seen of your training, you're already scarier than half the Auror candidates I know. Harry smiled despite himself. Tonks had a gift for lightening even the darkest conversations. Their discussion was interrupted by Sirius calling everyone together again. We need to accelerate certain plans, he announced. Bill, how soon can we access the item we discussed from the Black family vault? Bill considered. With Tonks's help to distract certain parties, possibly within the week. Make it happen, Sirius said. Remus, contact our French and Bulgarian connections. We may need international port keys sooner than expected. What about Neville? Harry asked. If we need to leave the country temporarily, I should either tell him the truth or create some explanation for Henry disappearing. Sirius exchanged looks with Remus. We've been discussing that. Given Augusta's recent conversations with Bill, we think it might be time for a controlled revelation. But it's your call, Harry. You've built this relationship. Harry thought about his friendship with Neville over the past months. The boy was shy but steadfast, with a quiet determination that had grown as his confidence increased. He'd confided in Henry about his fears of disappointing his family legacy, his struggles with certain types of magic, his hopes for Hogwarts. I think he's ready, Harry decided. But we should approach it carefully. Maybe arrange a meeting with Augusta present, so we can gauge her reaction too. Risky, Bill cautioned. But potentially high reward. Augusta Longbottom as an ally would significantly expand our political reach. Plans were made for a careful approach to the Longbottoms, while other preparations continued for potential temporary relocation if the Ministry's new task force came too close. As the meeting broke up, Harry found himself alone with Sirius. You're handling all this remarkably well, Sirius observed. Most kids would be terrified by now. Harry shrugged. Being scared doesn't help. Being prepared does. True, Sirius acknowledged. But it's okay to admit when things are overwhelming. Even to yourself. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Sometimes I do get scared. Not of Voldemort or the Ministry, exactly. More of. He struggled to articulate it. Of the weight of everyone's expectations. The prophecy, being the boy who lived, everyone thinking I'm somehow the answer to everything. Sirius sat beside him. I can't make that weight go away, he said honestly. But I can promise you don't have to carry it alone. And I can remind you that prophecies are tricky things, often fulfilled in ways no one expects. Your path is yours to determine, Harry. Not Dumbledore's, not the Ministry's, not even mine. Our path, Harry corrected. We do this together. Sirius smiled, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. Together, he agreed. Always. The meeting with the Longbottoms was arranged through careful intermediaries. Augusta agreed to receive an important visitor with information relevant to her family's security, at a neutral location, a private room above the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, secured with additional privacy charms by Bill Weasley beforehand. Harry and Sirius arrived separately from Remus, who would join later if initial contact went well. Harry wore no disguise this time, his true appearance restored, though his scar remained concealed with a glamour charm as a final precaution. Augusta Longbottom arrived precisely on time, Neville trailing behind her looking nervous and confused. Her eyes swept the room assessingly before settling on Sirius with a flicker of recognition. "Black," she said coolly. "I suspected it might be you when Weasley arranged this meeting with such elaborate precautions." "Madam Longbottom," Sirius inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you for coming." Augusta's gaze shifted to Harry, narrowing slightly. "And this would be?" "Harry Potter," Sirius said simply. Neville gasped. Augusta's expression remained impassive, but her hand tightened on her wand. "Indeed," she said. "The boy the entire wizarding world has been searching for. And my grandson's mysterious friend Henry, I presume." Harry stepped forward. "Yes, ma'am. I apologize for the deception. It was necessary for safety." Neville stared at Harry, his expression a mixture of hurt and bewilderment. "You lied to me? This whole time?" "About my name and appearance, yes," Harry admitted. "But not about being your friend. That part was real." Augusta gestured for Neville to sit. "I believe we all have much to discuss. Starting with why Britain's most wanted fugitive has arranged this meeting." Sirius outlined their situation concisely: his wrongful imprisonment, Harry's rescue from the Dursleys, their evidence of Voldemort's imminent return, and their efforts to build a network prepared to face that threat. Augusta listened without interruption, her stern expression revealing nothing. Neville's eyes grew progressively wider as the explanation continued. "You expect me to believe Dumbledore deliberately placed the boy who lived with abusive muggles?" Augusta said finally. "To what purpose?" "Control," Sirius replied bluntly. "A boy raised in isolation, ignorant of his heritage, taught to doubt himself, he'd be far easier to mold into whatever Dumbledore believes the prophecy requires." Augusta's eyebrows rose. "You know of the prophecy?" "Enough to understand why Voldemort targeted the Potters specifically," Sirius confirmed. "And why he might have targeted the Longbottoms had he chosen differently." Neville looked bewildered. "What prophecy? What does our family have to do with this?" Augusta and Sirius exchanged glances. "Your parents were targeted after the Potters," Augusta told Neville quietly. "Not by chance. The same prophecy that marked Harry could have marked you instead. You were both born as the seventh month died." Neville turned to Harry, understanding dawning. "That's why you approached me specifically? Because of some prophecy?" "Partly," Harry admitted. "But also because we have something important in common. Voldemort and his followers took our childhoods from us. I thought you might understand better than most why we need to prepare, why waiting for adults to handle everything isn't enough." Augusta studied Harry intently. "You're not what I expected," she said finally. "Dumbledore describes you as a confused child being led astray." "I see no confusion in your eyes." "Dumbledore sees what he wants to see," Harry replied. "He needs me to be the malleable hero of his story. I'd rather write my own." A flicker of something like approval crossed Augusta's stern features. "And what role do you envision for the House of Longbottom in this story of yours?" "Allies," Sirius answered. "Not followers. We're building a network based on mutual support and shared information, nothing like Dumbledore's order where only he knew the full picture." "And what of the Ministry?" Augusta pressed. "Where do they fit in your plans?" "We don't oppose the Ministry as an institution," Harry said. "But in its current state, corrupted by Death Eater Gold and Fudge's incompetence, it can't be trusted to prepare for Voldemort's return." Neville, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke up. "Is it true you've been learning advanced magic already? Defensive spells and things?" Harry nodded. "Yes. Sirius and Remus have been teaching me." "Could you?" Neville hesitated, then continued with uncharacteristic boldness. "Could you teach me too? Everyone says I'm rubbish at magic, but maybe I just need different teachers." Augusta looked startled by her grandson's request. Sirius and Harry exchanged pleased glances. This was exactly the opening they'd hoped for. I'd be happy to, Harry said. We found that traditional teaching methods don't work for everyone. Remus helped me find approaches that matched how I learn best. You suggest my grandson requires remedial instruction? Augusta said stiffly. I suggest, Sirius interjected smoothly, that different wizards have different magical affinities and learning styles. James was hopeless at potions until Lily taught him using practical applications rather than theory. Harry excels at defense but struggled with charms until we tied the movements to Quidditch maneuvers he could visualize. Augusta considered this, her expression softening slightly as she looked at her grandson. Neville has shown exceptional aptitude for herbology. His experiments with magical plant hybridization are quite remarkable for his age. Exactly, Harry said eagerly. And herbology requires powerful magic, just channeled differently. The potential is there. The conversation continued, gradually shifting from confrontational to collaborative as Augusta probed their knowledge, tested their convictions, and evaluated their plans. When Remus joined them an hour later, bringing additional documentation of Ministry corruption and Death Eater activities, her skepticism had largely transformed to cautious interest. I remain unconvinced about Dumbledore's darker motivations, she said finally. But I cannot deny the evidence of increased dark activity, nor the Ministry's inadequate response. She straightened her vulture-topped hat decisively. The House of Longbottom has always stood against the dark. We will not shirk that duty now. Does that mean? Neville began hopefully. It means, grandson, that we will cautiously explore cooperation with Mr. Black's network, Augusta clarified. Beginning with supplemental magical instruction for you, and information sharing regarding certain political developments I've observed in the Wizengamot. Harry caught Neville's eye and smiled. The round-faced boy grinned back, excitement replacing his earlier hurt and confusion. There is, however, a condition, Augusta added. I want unfiltered information. No convenient omissions, no protecting me from difficult truths. I am not Dumbledore's order member to be led blindly. Agreed, Sirius said immediately. That's the foundation of our network, shared information, distributed decision-making. As they finalized arrangements for future meetings and secure communication, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction. The Longbottoms represented their most significant alliance yet, a respected pure-blood family with political connections and historical standing. But more than that, Harry had gained a true peer in their cause. Neville's eager questions about training, his obvious relief at finding others who didn't dismiss his magical potential, his determination to honor his parents' sacrifice, all confirmed Harry's instinct that they would work well together. When they parted ways, Augusta surprising everyone by offering Sirius a formal handshake, Neville hung back to speak privately with Harry. I should be angry that you lied to me, he said quietly. But I understand why now. And honestly, I'm just glad to know I wasn't imagining things. The way the adults talk when they think I'm not listening, the strange reports in the Prophet that Gran cuts out, something bad is coming, isn't it? Harry nodded. Yes. But we're getting ready for it. Together. Together, Neville echoed, his normally hesitant voice firm. I won't let you down, Harry. I know you won't, Harry replied with absolute certainty. That's why I wanted you with us. Later, as they returned to their safe house, Sirius draped an arm around Harry's shoulders. You did brilliantly today, he said. Augusta Longbottom does not impress easily, and you managed it within an hour. We managed it, Harry corrected. And it was Neville who really convinced her, I think. She saw how much he wants to learn, to improve. The network's really taking shape now, Sirius mused. From just us on the run to actual alliances, safe houses, information channels. It's more than I dared hope for when we started. Harry thought about how far they'd come since that desperate escape from Privet Drive nearly 4 years ago. From hunted fugitives to the foundation of an organized resistance. From a confused, abused child to a purposeful, trained wizard with genuine connections and a clear mission. We're going to change everything, he said with quiet confidence. Not just survive what's coming, but reshape how the wizarding world handles it. Sirius looked down at him with a mixture of pride and sadness. I wish you didn't have to carry this weight. That you could just be a normal kid excited about going to Hogwarts soon. I'm still excited about Hogwarts, Harry assured him. Just not for the reasons most kids are. He grinned. Besides, normal is overrated. I'd rather be extraordinary with you and Remus than normal without you. As they stepped into the safe house where Remus waited with news from their other contacts, Harry felt the certainty settle in his bones. Whatever came next, Ministry task forces, Dumbledore's machinations, Voldemort's return, they would face it prepared, connected, and determined. Their secret army was no longer just a desperate hope. It was becoming a reality. Chapter 3, The Secret Revolution. Wand up, Harry. They're coming around the east corridor. Harry pressed his back against the cold stone wall, gripping his holly and phoenix feather wand tightly. The Ministry archive stretched around him like a massive underground labyrinth. Precisely 37 seconds until the security ward reset. I count 3 Auror signatures approaching, Tonks whispered through their enchanted earpiece. Standard Ministry patrol formation. Got it, Harry replied, his voice steady despite his racing heart. At 9 years old, he'd already participated in a dozen operations, but infiltrating the Ministry itself was their most daring yet. Bill Weasley worked feverishly at the ward panel beside them, his cursebreaker training evident in his precise wand movements. Almost, there. The ward shimmered briefly, then the massive archive door clicked open. We're in, Sirius announced. Harry, you're with me. Remus, watch our exit. Harry slipped inside behind Sirius, marveling at the vast room filled with floating file cabinets that rotated in complex patterns. 3 years of training kicked in as he automatically scanned for secondary security measures. Motion sensors, 3 o'clock, he murmured, pointing to the barely visible shimmer in the air. Sirius nodded approvingly. Good eye. Disable pattern. Harry was already moving, casting the precise sequence they'd practiced dozens of times. Finite incantatem localis, sensorum quiesis, revelio inertum. The shimmer faded, leaving a clear path to the high-security section. File Alpha 693, Sirius reminded him as they navigated through the rotating cabinets. Restricted intelligence on suspected Death Eater financial networks. And Delta 721, Harry added. The unredacted prophecy registry. They worked methodically, Harry keeping watch while Sirius located and duplicated the files. After 2 years of building their network, they'd learned that information was as valuable as magical power, perhaps more so. Patrols coming back around, Tonks's voice warned through the earpiece. 40 seconds. Nearly done, Sirius replied, hastily copying the last document with a specialized charm that bypassed anti-duplication hexes. Got it. Moving out. They retraced their steps precisely, Harry reactivating the motion sensors behind them to avoid triggering alarms. At the door, Remus waited tensely, wand at the ready. Clear, he asked. Clear, Sirius confirmed, patting the moleskin pouch containing their copied intelligence. Let's move before, Remus froze, head tilting as his enhanced werewolf hearing picked up something. Company. Not Aurors. Different footsteps. Harry felt the familiar surge of adrenaline. Unspeakables. Worse, Remus growled. I smell Umbridge. Sirius swore under his breath. Change of plan. Plan Hydra, now. They split up instantly, each taking a different corridor. Harry ran silently, his dragonhide boots enchanted for soundless movement. 3 years on the run had taught him to move like a shadow. Hem hem, came the sickly sweet voice from around the corner. I'm quite certain I heard something, Mr. Yaxley. Perhaps our unauthorized visitors. Harry pressed himself into an alcove, casting a quick disillusionment charm over himself. Not perfect, he hadn't mastered the spell completely, but enough to blur his outline in the dim corridor. Heavy footsteps approached as a tall, stringy wizard with a brutish face stalked past. Spread out, he ordered the junior aurors behind him. Find them. Harry held his breath, focusing on controlling his magic as he'd practiced countless times with Sirius. Don't project, don't leak, become nothing but stillness. A junior auror looked directly at his alcove, eyes narrowing. For a terrifying moment, Harry thought he'd been spotted. Then Tonks's voice came echoing down a distant corridor. Intruder in the transportation department. All units respond. The distraction worked. The aurors raced toward the commotion, leaving Harry's escape route clear. He waited 10 seconds, then slipped out, heading for their predetermined extraction point, a maintenance shaft that connected to the Muggle underground system. Package secured, he whispered into his earpiece. Moving to Extraction Alpha. Confirmed, came Remus's voice. Sirius is already through. Tonks created quite the diversion, transfigured cleaning supplies into a flock of flamingos. Harry grinned despite the tension. Classic Tonks. He reached the maintenance shaft without further incident, sliding down the ladder to where Bill waited with a Muggle maintenance uniform. Quick change, Bill instructed, helping Harry into the oversized coveralls. Your godfather's already topside with Remus. Harry changed rapidly, tucking his wand into a specialized holster sewn into the sleeve. Tonks. Secondary exit. She'll meet us at the safe house. Bill tapped his wand on Harry's head, completing his disguise with a charm that turned his black hair sandy brown and hid his scar. They emerged onto a crowded Muggle underground platform, just 2 maintenance workers ending their shift. No one gave them a second glance as they boarded a train heading east. Only when they were 3 stops away did Harry feel the tension start to leave his shoulders. That was close. Bill nodded, his eyes constantly scanning the other passengers. Too close. Umbridge shouldn't have been there at that hour. Someone might have tipped her off. Or security protocols changed, Harry suggested. We'll analyze it at the debrief. Bill looked down at him with a mixture of pride and sadness. You know, most 9-year-olds wouldn't be discussing security protocols after breaking into a government building. Harry shrugged. Most 9-year-olds aren't me. The truth of that statement hung between them as the train rumbled through dark tunnels toward their rendezvous point. They've increased security around the prophecy records, Sirius announced, spreading the copied documents across the table at Safe House Juniper. Their group had expanded significantly in 3 years, and tonight's debrief included not just their original core but several newer allies. Augusta Longbottom sat rigidly in an armchair, her ever-present vulture hat replaced by a more subtle dinner cap for operations. Beside her, Neville watched with wide eyes, still adjusting to being included in these meetings. Fudge authorized triple guard rotations last month, Tonks confirmed, her hair cycling through anxious color changes before settling on a deep purple. Official reason was routine security enhancement, but the timing suspicious. Right after we approached the Love Goods, Remus noted, glancing at their newest allies. Xenophilius Lovegood, looking somewhat bewildered as always, nodded vigorously. The Quibbler's exposé on Fudge's Goblin Pie conspiracy must have rattled him. Sirius and Harry exchanged looks, suppressing smiles. Zeno's conspiracy theories were rarely accurate, but his willingness to publish what others wouldn't have made the Quibbler an unexpected asset. Hidden among articles about Crumplehorn Snorkax were coded messages for their growing network. Luna says the Nargles are particularly active around the Department of Mysteries, Zeno added seriously. Clear sign of concealment magic. Your daughter has good instincts, Harry said diplomatically. He'd met Luna several times and found her odd but perceptive in her own way. What matters, Augusta interrupted crisply, is what the documents tell us. Well, Black. Sirius tapped the financial records they'd obtained. Malfoy's been moving massive amounts of gold through shell companies. Final destinations include Albania, Eastern Europe, and this location in Scotland. He pointed to a map coordinate. Remote area, not far from Hogwarts actually. And this benefits us how? Augusta demanded. We already knew Malfoy was funding something nefarious. The timing and amounts, Remus explained. They match exactly with what our source reported about increased activity around a specific ritual, the regeneration ritual. A tense silence fell over the room. They'd been tracking signs of Voldemort's potential return for 3 years, building their network in preparation, but concrete evidence had been elusive until now. How long? Augusta asked, her voice slightly less steady. Based on the procurement schedule for ingredients. Bill studied the documents, 3 months. Maybe less. Harry felt every eye in the room flicker toward him, then away. Even after 3 years, the weight of the prophecy and his connection to Voldemort created an unspoken gravity around him. He'd grown used to it, but never comfortable with it. The prophecy records, he asked, deliberately changing focus. Sirius nodded, pulling out a different document. We managed to copy the registry, but not the actual prophecy orb. According to this, the full prophecy was witnessed by Albus Dumbledore, recorded officially, and can only be retrieved by those it names. Which means either Harry or Voldemort, Remus clarified. Neville shifted uncomfortably. Or me, he said quietly. If what my Gran told me is true. Harry looked at his friend with understanding. The revelation that Neville might have been the prophecy child had created a bond between them stronger than their cover friendship. Over the past year, Neville had transformed from the hesitant boy in the garden to a determined ally, flourishing under their alternative teaching methods. The registry doesn't specify, Sirius said gently. But given what happened. He gestured vaguely toward Harry's scar. We need to know the full prophecy, Augusta stated. Not Dumbledore's interpretation. The actual words. Agreed, Harry said. But that's a separate operation. Today we focus on what we learned about Voldemort's return plan. He stood up, moving to the large enchanted map that dominated one wall of the safe house. Magical markers showed the locations of their allied cells across Britain, groups of 2 to 5 people who shared information, maintained safe houses, and prepared for what was coming. We need to alert all cells, he said decisively. Upgrade to yellow protocols, accelerate training schedules, and activate our ministry sources for any unusual activity reports. Sirius watched Harry with unmistakable pride. At 9, Harry had developed a strategic mind that sometimes startled even the adults in their group. His childhood on the run, combined with intensive education from Sirius, Remus, and their growing network of specialists, had produced a young leader with remarkable clarity of thought. Augusta, can you use your Wisengamot position to discreetly investigate these shell companies? Harry continued. We need to know what specific items Malfoy is importing. Augusta nodded approvingly. A reasonable request. I'll have answers within the week. Bill, we need enhanced protections on all safe houses. If Voldemort's return is imminent, Death Eater activity will increase. Bill Weasley ran a hand through his long red hair. I've been working on a new ward scheme combining goblin and human magic. Might be ready to implement. Tonks, you mentioned something about aura deployment changes. Tonks nodded, her expression serious despite her vibrant hair. Scrimgeour's restructuring the core. More emphasis on intelligence gathering than threat response. I'm being transferred to the internal surveillance unit next month. Perfect position for our needs, Remus observed. If I don't get caught, Tonks reminded them with a grimace. The penalty for sharing classified aura intelligence will strengthen your occlumency barriers, Sirius interrupted. Remus has been researching new techniques. The planning continued for hours, each member contributing based on their position and skills. When the younger members, Neville, Luna, and Harry, began showing signs of fatigue, Augusta cleared her throat. Perhaps we should conclude for the evening. Some of us still require adequate sleep for proper development. Harry started to protest but caught Sirius's warning look. Part of their agreement with Augusta was acknowledging certain concessions to their age, even if Harry sometimes found it frustrating. As the meeting broke up, Neville approached Harry. In the year since joining their network, he'd gained confidence and lost some of his roundness, though he would never have Harry's wiry build. "Do you really think it's happening?" he asked quietly. "He's coming back." Harry nodded, keeping his voice low. "All the signs point to it. That's why we've been preparing." Neville took a deep breath, his jaw setting in determination. "I've been practicing those wandless exercises Remus showed us. Watch." He held out his palm where a small seed lay. Concentrating intensely, Neville focused his magic until the seed cracked open and a tiny sprout emerged, growing several inches in seconds. "Brilliant, Nev!" Harry exclaimed. "That's controlled growth acceleration. Really advanced plant magic." "Gran still thinks herbology is a soft option," Neville said, though his voice held more resignation than bitterness now. "But Remus says magical affinity matters more than magical category." "Remus is right. Besides, I've seen what you can do with Devil's Snare. Nothing soft about that." They grinned at each other, the camaraderie of shared training and purpose evident. While Harry still exceeded Neville in defensive magic and general spell work, Neville had discovered his own strength through plant magic and earth-based enchantments. "Will you be at the Longbottom property for training this weekend?" Neville asked. "If nothing changes, yeah. Sirius says I need to practice on different terrain, and your warded greenhouse is perfect." Augusta appeared behind them. "You'll both be continuing your mundane studies as well," she said firmly. "Magical education is essential, but I won't have either of you ignorant of mathematics, literature, or history." Harry nodded seriously. One thing he appreciated about Augusta was her insistence on well-rounded education. Sirius and Remus had always encouraged his learning, but Augusta brought structure and accountability that even Remus admitted was beneficial. "Yes, Gran," Neville replied automatically. "Yes, Madam Longbottom," Harry echoed with a respectful nod. After the Longbottoms departed, followed shortly by the others, Harry helped Sirius and Remus secure the safe house for the night. Their routine was well established, checking wards, setting alarms, preparing emergency port keys for the next day. "You handled the meeting well," Sirius commented as they worked. "Everyone responded to your direction without question." Harry shrugged. "They're just being nice because I'm a kid." "No," Remus corrected, looking up from the security charm he was reinforcing. "They respond because you speak with clarity and purpose. You've earned their respect, Harry." Harry absorbed this, still uncomfortable with the leadership role that had gradually shifted to him. It had happened organically, his connection to Voldemort made him central to their planning, and his quick strategic thinking had proven valuable repeatedly. "I've been thinking," he said, changing the subject. "About Hogwarts." Sirius and Remus exchanged glances. Harry's Hogwarts letter would arrive in less than 2 years, forcing a decision they'd been discussing for months. "And?" Sirius prompted. "I think I need to go." Harry sat down at the kitchen table, suddenly looking very young despite his serious expression. "Not because I want to, I'd rather stay with you, but because it's where things will happen. Voldemort will focus there eventually, especially if Dumbledore has anything he wants." Remus sighed, joining them at the table. "We've considered the same. Hogwarts represents both risk and opportunity. Dumbledore will try to influence you, certainly. But the castle itself offers resources we can't access otherwise," Sirius added. "The library, the room of requirement, proximity to potential allies among the students. And keeping an eye on the staff," Harry noted. "Like this new defense Professor Rumor Tonks mentioned." Sirius nodded grimly. "Quirrell. Taken a year's sabbatical, supposedly traveling. Our sources spotted him in Albania. Where Voldemort's essence was last rumored to be hiding," Remus finished. Harry leaned forward. "So he could be returning as Voldemort's agent? Or worse?" Possibly. Just one more reason having our own people at Hogwarts might be crucial. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. But Harry, it would mean separating. I can't exactly walk you to the Hogwarts Express as Britain's most wanted criminal. The thought sent a spike of anxiety through Harry that he quickly suppressed. After 4 years with Sirius as his constant protector and parent figure, separation seemed almost unthinkable. But strategy had to come before personal comfort. We've faced worse, he said, more confidently than he felt. Besides, we have almost 2 years to prepare. Establish communication protocols, emergency extraction plans, cover identities for meetings. Remus smiled slightly. Always the strategist. I learned from the best. Harry grinned at Sirius, who had taught him chess specifically to develop strategic thinking. Later, as Harry prepared for bed in his small but comfortable room, each safe house included personalized spaces to maintain some sense of normalcy. Sirius appeared in the doorway. Everything all right, Prongslet? Harry nodded, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Just thinking about everything. Voldemort coming back. Hogwarts. The prophecy. Sirius sat beside him, the bed dipping under his weight. That's a lot for anyone to carry, let alone someone your age. I've had 4 years to get used to it, Harry pointed out. And it's not like I'm alone. No, you're not, Sirius agreed firmly. Never will be, either. Even if we're physically separated, that won't change. Harry fingered the enchanted medallion he wore beneath his shirt, a communication device linked to identical ones carried by Sirius, Remus, and their core allies. I know, he said. I keep thinking about the prophecy. What it actually says. Dumbledore only told my parents part of it, according to what you heard from them. And that's why getting the full version matters, Sirius agreed. Knowledge is power, Harry. Especially when others try to control that knowledge. Harry stared at his hands for a moment. Do you ever wish you'd made different choices? Left me with the Dursleys so you could have hunted down Pettigrew properly? You'd be free now. Sirius's face darkened. Never. Not for a second. He gripped Harry's shoulder firmly. You are the best decision I ever made, Harry James Potter. And don't you forget it. The fierce conviction in Sirius's voice dispelled the momentary doubt. Harry nodded, accepting the truth of it. Get some sleep, Sirius said, standing up. Tomorrow's training starts early, and Moody's coming to test your detection skills. Harry groaned dramatically. Mad Eye's going to hex me into next week. Constant vigilance. Sirius barked in a perfect imitation of the retired Auror's gruff voice, making Harry laugh. As Sirius left, Harry settled back against his pillows, mind still racing with plans and possibilities. Their network had grown from desperate fugitives to an organized resistance with cells across Britain. They had allies in the Ministry, Gringotts, the press, and among magical creatures. They had safe houses, communication systems, and training protocols. And yet, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it wouldn't be enough. Voldemort had marked him for a reason. The prophecy bound them together somehow. And whatever was coming, Harry suspected it would test every resource, every alliance, every bit of training they'd accumulated. With that sobering thought, he closed his eyes and practiced the occlumency exercises that helped manage both nightmares and his unwanted connection to Voldemort, gradually drifting into a dreamless sleep. Again, Moody barked, his magical eye whirling frantically in its socket. And this time, detect all the threats, not just the obvious ones. Harry stood in the center of the training room, blindfolded, wand at the ready. Around him, magical threats lurked, some obvious, others carefully concealed. This exercise, designed to sharpen magical sensitivity, was one of Moody's favorites since joining their network 6 months ago. Breathing deeply, Harry extended his magical awareness as he'd been taught. The blindfold forced him to rely on his other senses, including the magical sensitivity he'd been developing. There, he said, pointing his wand to the left. Disillusioned Boggart in the cabinet. And he turned slowly, enchanted training dummy behind the false wall section. Trip Jinx on the floor 3 feet ahead. Something else. He frowned in concentration. Something at my 6 o'clock, high position. Can't identify it. Good enough, Moody growled, removing Harry's blindfold with a flick of his wand. The last one was a delayed spell trap. Triggered by specific movement patterns. You sensed it but couldn't classify it, fair enough for your experience level. Harry blinked as his eyes readjusted to the light. Mad-Eye Moody stood before him, scarred face set in its perpetual scowl that Harry now recognized as his version of approval. You've improved since last month, the retired Auror acknowledged grudgingly. Still too slow on the counter-curse sequencing, but your detection range has expanded. From Moody, this was lavish praise. Harry nodded, knowing better than to show too much satisfaction. What about multiple attackers with different intent signatures? He asked. Last time we talked about how dark magic feels different from standard combat spells. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry while his normal eye narrowed. Advanced concept. But relevant given your situation. He stumped over to a trunk in the corner. Black. Lupin. Get in here. Potter wants to learn intent differentiation. The training session that followed was brutal but effective. Sirius, Remus, and Moody cast spells simultaneously, some harmless, some defensive, some with controlled offensive intent, while Harry, blindfolded again, tried to distinguish between them based solely on how they felt magically. By the end, he was exhausted but had managed to correctly identify 60% of the spell intentions, a percentage that made even Moody grunt with reluctant approval. Enough for today, Sirius decided, catching Harry as he swayed slightly from magical exertion. We've got the network meeting in 3 hours. Moody clonked toward the door. I'll be back next week. Practice the sensory expansion exercise daily. And Potter, he fixed both eyes on Harry, start carrying emergency port keys in multiple locations on your person. One isn't enough if they capture you and take your necklace. With that cheerful parting thought, he stomped out, his wooden leg echoing down the hall. Charming as ever, Sirius muttered, though his tone was affectionate. Despite Moody's gruffness, they all respected his expertise and commitment to their cause. Harry sank onto a training mat, accepting the water bottle Remus handed him. He's right though. We should update our emergency protocols. Already working on it, Remus assured him. Bill's developing port keys that can be activated through magical intent rather than physical touch or activation words. Like how I reached Sirius in Azkaban? Harry asked, referencing the mysterious connection that had started everything. Similar principle, Remus nodded. Though hopefully more controlled and less dependent on extreme emotional states. They spent the next hour reviewing the morning's training before breaking for lunch and preparation for the evening's larger network meeting. These gatherings had evolved over the years from desperate planning sessions to organized briefings with clear agendas, security protocols, and action items. As afternoon faded into evening, members began arriving through various secure means, some by port key, others through a series of apparition jumps to avoid tracking, a few using Muggle transportation combined with magical concealment. The safe house expanded to accommodate them all, 23 people representing various aspects of their resistance. Harry recognized the familiar pattern of arrivals, core members first, then cell leaders, then specialized contacts. Neville arrived with Augusta, both dressed in formal robes that would have looked at place in any pureblood gathering, providing perfect cover for their activities. Luna Lovegood floated in with her father, wearing radish earrings that actually contained emergency port keys. Bill Weasley brought a new face, a dark-skinned wizard with an infectious grin who was introduced as Lee Jordan, apparently a friend of Bill's twin brothers and a talented communicator. He's developing magical broadcasting techniques, Bill explained. Could be crucial for coordinating across distances. The gathering represented the fruition of 4 years' work, a network diverse in age, background, and skill set, united by belief in Voldemort's imminent return and distrust of both Ministry and Dumbledore's handling of the situation. Harry moved among them with surprising ease for someone his age, greeting each person by name, asking specific questions about their assignments or family members. He'd learned that personal connection strengthened loyalty far better than grand speeches or ideology. When everyone had arrived and the security wards were at maximum strength, Sirius called the meeting to order. "Thank you all for coming," he began. "As you know, our intelligence suggests Voldemort's return is approaching more rapidly than previously estimated. Tonight we'll update protocols, assign new tasks, and address the Hogwarts situation." The meeting proceeded efficiently, with different members reporting on their areas of responsibility. Tonks described Ministry movements, Bill outlined Gringotts' intelligence, Augusta summarized Wisengamot activities, and Mad-Eye detailed security enhancements for their safe houses. When Harry's turn came, he stood before the enchanted map, highlighting specific areas of concern. "We've identified 3 potential locations for Voldemort's resurrection ritual," he explained, pointing to glowing markers. "Based on magical energy readings, ingredient sourcing patterns, and Death Eater movements. Teams will monitor each location on rotation, with emergency response protocols if activity is detected." He turned to face the group. "We've also confirmed that Quirinus Quirrell has returned from Albania and will be taking the defense against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts this September." Murmurs spread through the gathering. The implications were clear to everyone. If Quirrell had encountered Voldemort's wraith in Albania, Hogwarts might already be compromised. "This accelerates our timeline regarding Hogwarts infiltration," Harry continued. "We need eyes and ears in the castle before my official attendance in 2 years." "The twins," Bill suggested immediately. "Fred and George are starting their 3rd year. They know every secret passage in the castle already. Can they be trusted?" Augusta asked sharply. "They're children." "They're 13, Bill countered. "And fiercely loyal once committed. I've been feeling them out about certain issues. They're not fans of Ministry interference or Dumbledore's secrets." "What about Percy?" Tonks asked, referring to Bill's older brother. Bill shook his head. "Too rule-abiding. Worships authority. Charlie would help, but he's in Romania." After lengthy discussion, they decided to carefully approach the Weasley twins through Bill, while also cultivating other Hogwarts connections. Several members had children or relatives attending who might be selectively recruited. The meeting shifted to logistics, safe house rotations, communication improvements, training schedules. Harry found himself watching the group with a strange sense of pride. From 2 fugitives living in abandoned buildings to this, an organized resistance with clear purpose and growing capability. Near the end of the meeting, Remus introduced a topic they'd been debating internally for weeks. "We need to discuss public messaging," he said. "Thus far, we've operated entirely in secret. But with Voldemort's return approaching, there may be value in strategically revealing certain information to prepare the wider wizarding public." "Absolutely not," Augusta objected immediately. "Secrecy is our greatest protection." "I agree with Remus," Sirius countered. "Not exposing our network, but perhaps using Zeno's paper and other channels to start preparing people. Last time, Voldemort's sudden emergence paralyzed the public with fear. Forewarned is forearmed." The debate grew heated, with valid points on both sides. Harry listened carefully, weighing arguments against their strategic objectives. When the discussion began circling without resolution, he stood up. "Both approaches have merit," he said, his voice clear despite his youth. "I propose a compromise. We develop prepared messaging and distribution channels but don't activate them yet. If Voldemort returns suddenly, we'll be ready to inform the public our way, rather than letting the Ministry or Death Eaters control the narrative." The room fell silent, considering his suggestion. "Sensible middle ground," Moody growled approvingly. "Preparation without premature exposure." "The boy thinks like a general," Augusta observed, not unkindly. "Very well, I support this approach. With the compromise accepted, the meeting concluded with assignment of specific tasks. As members began departing in their staggered, secure manner, Neville approached Harry. "Gran says I can join the monitoring teams as support," he said excitedly. "Not direct observation, but helping set up surveillance charms. She finally admitted my plant detection spells are useful." Harry grinned. "Brilliant. Which location?" "Scotland. The one near Hogwarts." Neville lowered his voice. "Do you really think he'll come back there? So close to Dumbledore?" "It makes a twisted kind of sense," Harry admitted. "Hide in plain sight, access to potential victims, symbolic value since that's where he was in power as a student. Plus, Hogwarts has unique magical resources." Neville shuddered. "I still can't believe we'll be going there in less than 2 years. Walking the same halls as him." With proper preparation, Harry reminded him. "And allies already in place if our recruitment goes well." Their conversation was interrupted by Sirius, who approached with an unfamiliar witch, middle-aged with steel-gray hair tied in a practical braid and intelligent eyes behind square glasses. "Harry, Neville, this is healer Camilla Wright," Sirius introduced. "She's agreed to join our medical team after Bill saved her nephew from a cursed artifact last month." Harry extended his hand politely. "A pleasure, Healer Wright. We're grateful for your expertise." "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Potter," she replied, studying him with professional interest. "Though I admit, when Bill described your operation, I expected someone older." Harry supplied with a smile he'd practiced for exactly these situations. "More like Dumbledore's description," she corrected. "He's been telling the healing community you're isolated, possibly subjected to dark influences, developmentally compromised from trauma." Harry's smile tightened slightly. "Dumbledore sees what he expects to see. Or what serves his narrative." "Clearly," she agreed, looking between him and Neville. "Well, I've been assigned to your medical protocols team. I understand you've been developing emergency response kits for all safe houses." "Yes, but we need more specialized healing expertise," Harry confirmed. "Particularly regarding magical exhaustion, curse damage, and—" He hesitated, "potential mental effects of Voldemort's return on me personally." Healer Wright didn't flinch at either the name or the implications. "A sensible precaution. I'll review your current protocols and suggest improvements." As she moved away to speak with Remus, Neville gave Harry a questioning look. "Mental effects?" he asked quietly. Harry touched his scar unconsciously. "Just being thorough. The connection works both ways. When he gets stronger, I feel it. When he returns fully." He shrugged. "Better to be prepared." The casual gesture didn't fool Neville, who had become increasingly perceptive during their friendship. "You're worried about him possessing you," he stated flatly. Harry glanced around to ensure no one was listening. "It's a possibility we have to consider. My occlumency's strong, but this connection isn't normal. That's why we're researching alternatives, protective amulets, potions, mind-shielding rituals. And that's why you need me," Neville said with sudden understanding. "Someone your age who knows everything, who could stop you if necessary." The blunt assessment surprised Harry. "I wouldn't put it that way, but—" "Yes. You, Luna, the twins eventually. People who'll be at Hogwarts with me, watching for signs." Neville straightened his shoulders. "I won't let you down." "I know," Harry said simply, and meant it. As the safe house gradually emptied, Harry found himself helping Sirius reset the security wards, a complex process that had become second nature over the years. "You're quiet," Sirius observed as they worked. "Heavy thoughts?" Harry nodded. "Neville figured out one of our contingency plans. About if Voldemort tries to influence me through the connection." Sirius's hand stilled momentarily. "Ah. That one. It's the right strategy," Harry said. Having multiple people watching for signs, prepared to act if necessary. It just feels strange discussing it so, clinically. Welcome to war planning, Sirius said grimly. Preparing for horrible possibilities while hoping they never materialize. They worked in silence for a few minutes before Harry spoke again. Do you think we're ready? For what's coming? Sirius considered the question seriously. More ready than we were a year ago. Less ready than we'll be a year from now. But readiness isn't binary, Harry. It's relative to the challenge and the alternatives. And relative to our opposition, Harry added, thinking of both Voldemort and Dumbledore, different kinds of opponents with different kinds of power. Exactly. We're better prepared than most, with better information and more flexible resources. Sirius finished the warding sequence and turned to face Harry fully. But there are no guarantees in war. Only calculated risks and backup plans. Harry nodded, accepting this reality as he had accepted so many others beyond his years. Then we keep calculating, keep planning, keep preparing. And we remember why we're doing this, Sirius added, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders as they walked back inside. Not just to survive, but to build something better afterward. The betrayal, when it came, was both unexpected and painfully predictable. Mundungus Fletcher had never been a core member of their network. A petty thief and smuggler, he operated on the fringes, occasionally providing information or rare items in exchange for protection and gold. Sirius had always been wary of him, but his underground connections made him valuable. Too valuable to discard, not trustworthy enough to fully include, it was a balance they'd maintained carefully for over a year. Until the night everything went wrong. Harry was at the Longbottom estate, working with Neville in the specialized greenhouse they'd developed for combat-oriented plants, when the emergency signal came through his medallion, 3 sharp pulses of heat against his chest, the code for immediate danger. He reached for it instantly, activating the two-way communication feature Remus had incorporated. Location? He asked tersely. Sirius's voice came through, tense and breathless. Safe house echo compromised. Fletcher sold us out. Death Eaters incoming. Remus hit, not critical. Moving to extraction point. Harry's heart pounded, but his voice remained steady, a product of years of training for exactly this scenario. Acknowledged. Protocol scatter activated. Will alert the network. He turned to Neville, who had already dropped his pruning shears and was reaching for the emergency pack they kept in the greenhouse. Fletcher betrayed us, Harry explained rapidly. Echo is compromised. We need to alert everyone and activate the emergency relocation sequence. Neville nodded, face pale but determined as he pulled out their communication mirror. While he contacted the nearest cell leaders, Harry used his medallion to send the coded alert to all core members, 3 short pulses, 2 long, betrayal protocol. Augusta swept into the greenhouse, already wearing travel robes. Location status, she demanded crisply. Echo compromised, unknown if others, Harry reported. Sirius and Remus extracting, Remus injured. No word on other members present. Wright and Johnson were there for the medical protocol review, Augusta recalled. And possibly young Tonks. Harry nodded grimly, mentally calculating who might be in immediate danger. We need to move to Fortress, he decided, naming their most secure safe house, a property under Fidelius with Bill as secret keeper, unknown even to some network members. Agreed, Augusta said. Gather only essentials. We depart in 5 minutes. They moved with practiced efficiency, collecting critical documents, emergency supplies, and irreplaceable magical items. Augusta sent her house elf ahead with a secure trunk containing their most sensitive materials, a system they developed after realizing house elf magic could bypass many standard wards. Just as they prepared to leave, Harry's medallion heated again. Update, came Sirius's voice, now steadier. All members extracted from Echo. Minimal pursuit, they weren't expecting our countermeasures. Remus stable. Rendezvous at fortress in 30 minutes. Relief flooded Harry, though he knew the danger was far from over. Acknowledged. We're en route. The journey to Fortress involved 3 separate transportation methods, first by port key to a decoy location, then Muggle transportation to avoid magical tracking, finally apparition by Augusta to the perimeter of the Fidelius charm. The complicated route was designed specifically to shake any pursuit. Bill Weasley met them at the boundary, looking grim. "Everyone inside," he ordered. "We've got injured." The interior of Fortress belied its militant name. Designed as a comfortable country house, its mundane appearance concealed layers of protective enchantments, escape routes, and magical defenses. The central gathering room had been transformed into a makeshift medical area where Healer Wright was treating Remus. "Moderate curse damage," she reported as Harry rushed to his side. "Nothing permanent, but he'll need rest and blood-replenishing potion." Remus offered a weak smile from the treatment cot. "Caught me with a cutting curse while I was shielding Johnson." "Sloppy of me." "Heroic, you mean," Sirius corrected, looking exhausted but unharmed. He pulled Harry into a quick, fierce hug. "We got everyone out. Fletcher sold the location, but not our evacuation protocols." "What happened exactly?" Augusta demanded. The room quieted as Sirius explained. Fletcher approached Echo looking harried, claiming he had urgent information about Death Eater movements. "Standard protocol, we verified his identity but kept him in the containment area." While Remus was questioning him, the wards triggered, multiple hostiles approaching. "He timed it perfectly," Tonks added bitterly, her hair a dull brown reflecting her mood. "Brought us outside the safe house so they could attack directly." "We activated the emergency defenses," Sirius continued. "The decoy explosives bought us time to evacuate through the secondary exit. Remus took a hit covering our retreat." "Did you see who led the attack?" Harry asked. Sirius's expression darkened. "Malfoy and Avery, definitely. At least 5 others in Death Eater masks." "And Fletcher?" Augusta inquired. "Stunned and bound him before we left," Tonks said. "Whether the Death Eaters will bother saving him." She shrugged, clearly unconcerned about the traitor's fate. Harry processed this information quickly. "We need to assume all locations Fletcher knew about are compromised. That's Echo, Bravo, and possibly Delta. Already sent teams to evacuate anything valuable," Bill confirmed. "And triggered the destructive wards to prevent them gaining any intelligence materials." The next hours passed in organized crisis management, checking on network members, securing alternative safe houses, adjusting communication protocols. Harry worked alongside the adults, his strategic input valued particularly for contingency planning. When the immediate crisis stabilized, Sirius pulled Harry aside into the small study that adjoined the main room. "You handled that perfectly," he said quietly. "Better than some of the adults, honestly." Harry shook his head. "I wasn't even there. You and Remus were the ones in danger." "That's not what I meant," Sirius clarified. "Your immediate response, activating network alerts, prioritizing essential materials, maintaining communication discipline. That's leadership, Harry." Before Harry could respond, Mad-Eye Moody stumped into the study without knocking, his magical eye whirling agitatedly. "Fletcher's dead," he announced bluntly. "Found him outside what's left of Echo. Killing curse. They cleaned up after themselves," Sirius commented, unsurprised. "What about Fletcher's information network?" Harry asked. "Could they be compromised too?" Moody nodded approvingly at the question. "Already working on it. Sent warnings through secure channels. But Fletcher was a fringe player for most of his contacts too. Limited damage. This was going to happen eventually," Sirius sighed, running a hand through his hair. "A network our size, operating this long, betrayal was inevitable." "The timing is suspicious," Harry noted. "Right after we confirmed accelerated activity around Voldemort's return plan." Exactly what I was thinking, Moody growled. Fletcher's been bought and sold before, but this feels targeted. Like they knew exactly when to flip him. Could Fletcher have been under the Imperius curse? Harry suggested. Possible, Moody acknowledged. Though that drunken thief would sell his own mother for enough gold, no Imperius needed. The implications hung in the air. If the Death Eaters were making coordinated moves against their network, it suggested they saw Harry's group as a significant threat, which was both validating and deeply concerning. We need to strengthen our vetting procedures, Harry decided. Tiered information access, multiple loyalty verifications, compartmentalization of critical details. Already drafting those protocols, Moody confirmed. But there's something else to consider. The Death Eaters didn't press their advantage after the initial attack. They could have pursued more aggressively. Sirius frowned. You think this was just a test? Probing our defenses? Or a distraction, Harry suggested suddenly. What if the attack on Echo was meant to focus our attention while they did something else? Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. Sharp thinking, Potter. I've got contacts checking unusual activity during the attack timeframe. They rejoined the main group, sharing these concerns. Tonks immediately contacted her ministry sources, while Bill reached out to his Gringotts connections. Augusta used her considerable political influence to discreetly inquire about Wisengamot movements. By midnight, a troubling pattern had emerged. While the attack on Echo was underway, 3 other significant events had occurred: a break-in at the Department of Mysteries, though reportedly nothing was taken, unusual magical activity near one of their suspected resurrection ritual sites in Scotland, and perhaps most concerning, a visit by Lucius Malfoy to Hogwarts for an emergency Board of Governors meeting. They're making coordinated moves, Remus concluded, now sitting up despite Healer Wright's objections. The attack was indeed a distraction. But from which of these other activities? Augusta wondered. All seem significant. My money's on the Scotland site, Moody growled. The Ministry break-in and Hogwarts visit could be further distractions. Or they could all be connected, Harry suggested. Department of Mysteries for Ritual Information, Scotland site for preparation, Hogwarts for. He frowned. Why Hogwarts? Quirrell, Sirius said suddenly. He's returned from Albania and will be starting at Hogwarts in September. What if the board meeting was about confirming his appointment? The pieces clicked together in Harry's mind. If Quirrell encountered Voldemort in Albania and is now under his influence, then Voldemort has just secured a position inside Hogwarts, Remus finished grimly. With full access to students, resources, and possibly whatever he's seeking there. The Philosopher's Stone, came a dreamy voice from the doorway. Everyone turned to see Luna Lovegood, who had arrived with her father during the crisis. That's what the Raxperts are buzzing about. Nicholas Flamel's stone is being moved to Hogwarts for safekeeping. There was a moment of stunned silence as everyone processed Luna's statement. Her odd delivery often masked genuinely valuable intelligence. Her father's publishing connections gave her access to rumors and reports from across the wizarding world. Is that confirmed, Miss Lovegood? Augusta asked sharply. Daddy heard it from his friend at the ICW, Luna said serenely. Mr. Flamel and Dumbledore are old friends, you know. The stone was nearly stolen from Gringotts, so they're moving it somewhere safer. Bill looked alarmed. There was an attempted high-security vault break-in last week. Gringotts hushed it up, but it fits the timeline. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry repeated, mind racing. Immortality and unlimited gold. Exactly what Voldemort would need for a sustainable return. And Dumbledore's moving it to a school full of children? Tonks said incredulously. That's madness. Or a trap, Sirius suggested. With children as collateral damage if it goes wrong. Either way, this changes our calculations, Remus pointed out. If Voldemort's targeting the stone at Hogwarts while also preparing the resurrection ritual as backup. 2 parallel paths to return, Harry concluded. We need to monitor both. The planning shifted to accommodate this new intelligence. Teams were reorganized, surveillance priorities adjusted, infiltration of Hogwarts accelerated. Despite the late hour, everyone worked with focused urgency, aware that the betrayal had forced them to adapt quickly. As the night deepened, Harry found himself in a quiet corner, reviewing maps of Hogwarts that Bill's twin brothers had provided. The castle's layout was complex, with numerous secret passages, moving staircases, and hidden rooms. If Voldemort was operating through Quirrell, knowing these alternative routes could prove crucial. Neville joined him, dark circles under his eyes but expression determined. Grans agreed to approach Professor Sprout directly, he said quietly. She'll use their professional herbology connection to establish a secure communication channel. Harry nodded. Good. We need multiple information sources inside Hogwarts. Are you okay? Neville asked suddenly. With Fletcher's betrayal, I mean. It's the first time someone's really turned on us. Harry considered the question. The betrayal had been a shock, certainly, but also a valuable lesson. It's making me think about trust differently, he admitted. Not just who we trust, but how we structure that trust. Systems that don't collapse if one person fails. Neville nodded thoughtfully. Like how plants have multiple defensive layers. If one fails, others take over. Exactly, Harry agreed, appreciating the apt comparison. We need more redundancy, better compartmentalization. But not so much that we lose what makes us different from Dumbledore's approach, Neville cautioned. Shared information and collaborative decision-making are our strengths. Harry smiled, struck again by how much Neville had grown since joining their group. His confidence had increased dramatically, and his strategic thinking had developed its own unique perspective. You're right, Harry acknowledged. Balance is key. Trust but verify. Share information but maintain security layers. Their conversation was interrupted by Sirius, who looked more serious than usual. Harry, we need to talk. Moody's received some concerning intelligence. Harry followed Sirius to the secure briefing room where Moody waited with Remus, still pale but insistent on participating. We've intercepted Death Eater communications, Moody began without preamble. They're accelerating their timeline for Voldemort's return ritual. The attack tonight wasn't just a distraction, it was preparation. They were testing our response patterns before their main event. How soon? Harry asked, a chill settling in his stomach. Within the month, Remus said quietly. Much sooner than we anticipated. And they're specifically targeting you as a ritual component, Sirius added grimly. Malfoy's instructions mention, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken as a key ingredient. Harry absorbed this, the theoretical threat suddenly becoming immediate and personal. So they need to capture me for the ritual to work properly. Yes, Moody confirmed. Which means we can use that to our advantage. They need you alive and intact, at least until the ritual. We're not using Harry as bait, Sirius said sharply, clearly continuing an argument they'd been having before Harry arrived. Not suggesting that, Moody growled. But knowing their objective changes our defensive strategy. They'll be trying to capture, not kill. Different tactical approach. It also means we could potentially sabotage the ritual if they did manage to take Harry, Remus pointed out. Prepare him with counteragents, tracking charms, magical defenses specifically designed to disrupt resurrection magic. Harry listened to them debate strategies, his mind already working through the implications. If they need me specifically, he said slowly, then we have leverage. We could create decoys, false information about my location, perhaps even a ritual sabotage plan if capture becomes unavoidable. Sirius looked pained. I don't like any plan that contemplates your capture, Harry. Neither do I, Harry assured him. But Moody's right, understanding their objective gives us tactical advantages. And we need every advantage we can get. The discussion continued late into the night, evolving from immediate security concerns to longer-term strategies. By dawn, They had developed a multi-layered plan: enhanced personal security for Harry, accelerated training in ritual disruption techniques, preparation of specialized port keys and emergency extraction protocols, and disinformation about Harry's movements to confuse Death Eater surveillance. As the meeting concluded, Sirius pulled Harry aside once more. "I want you to have this," he said quietly, pressing something into Harry's hand. Harry looked down at a small mirror, similar to their communication devices but older, with an antique silver frame. "What is it?" "A two-way mirror. James and I used them at Hogwarts to communicate during separate detentions." Sirius's voice held a mixture of nostalgia and urgency. "I've modified it with modern enchantments. It will work anywhere, through almost any ward, and can't be traced or monitored like our other devices. Our absolute emergency backup," Harry understood. "Exactly. If everything else fails, if all other communication is compromised, this connects directly to its twin, which I'll carry always." Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. "Promise me you'll keep it with you." "I promise," Harry said solemnly, tucking the mirror into his innermost pocket. The betrayal had shaken their network, but as Harry looked around at the people working determinedly despite exhaustion, planning, coordinating, adapting, he felt a surge of fierce pride. This was what they'd built over 4 years, not just a hiding place for two fugitives, but a true resistance movement capable of responding to crisis and preparing for the greater challenge ahead. Whatever came next, Voldemort's return, Dumbledore's machinations, Ministry interference, they would face it together, as the secret army they had become. "Are you sure about this?" Sirius asked for the third time, his face tight with concern. "We could send someone else." Harry adjusted the enchanted glasses that modified his appearance subtly, enough to avoid immediate recognition while still looking natural. "I need to see it for myself," he replied. "Strategic assessment, remember?" They stood in a small wooded area outside Hogsmeade Village, preparing for Harry's first close reconnaissance of Hogwarts. With Quirrell now confirmed as the new defense against the dark arts professor and the Philosopher's Stone reportedly hidden inside the castle, understanding the layout and security firsthand had become essential. "Stay with the plan," Remus reminded them both. 2 hours maximum. Simple observation only. No engagement with Dumbledore or staff. Harry nodded, going through his mental checklist. This guy's active, emergency port keys in 3 locations on his person, communication medallion, the special mirror from Sirius, and a modified version of the Marauder's map that Remus had recreated from memory, incomplete but helpful for navigation. "Ready," he confirmed. The plan was straightforward: Harry would pose as the nephew of a Hogsmeade shopkeeper, visiting for the day. He would take the public tour of Hogwarts grounds offered to prospective students during summer, observe key locations, and gather intelligence on security measures. Sirius and Remus would maintain surveillance from strategic positions outside the grounds. "Remember, Dumbledore can sense magic at an extraordinary level," Remus cautioned. "Minimal magic use inside the grounds. Rely on passive observation." With final checks complete, Harry set off along the path to Hogsmeade, looking like any excited child anticipating a first glimpse of the famous wizarding school. The village was busy with summer visitors, making it easy to blend in as he made his way to Scrivenshaft's quill shop where Madame Scrivenshaft, a quiet supporter of their network, would vouch for him as her sister's boy from Bristol. The shopkeeper greeted him with a wink and loud exclamations about how much he'd grown, establishing their cover relationship for any observers. After a convincing show of browsing quills and catching up on family news, she walked him to the meeting point for the Hogwarts tour. A small group had gathered, parents with prospective students, a few tourists, and a ministry education official conducting an inspection. Perfect cover. Harry joined them, adopting the wide-eyed expression appropriate for a first-time visitor. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's summer tour program," announced a cheerful witch in professor's robes. "I'm Professor Charity Burbage, Muggle Studies teacher and your guide today. We'll be exploring the outer grounds and public areas of the castle. Please stay with the group at all times, as some areas can be quite magical and occasionally mischievous. The tour proceeded along the path to the castle, Professor Burbage providing historical commentary about the founding, architecture, and notable graduates. Harry listened attentively while his eyes catalogued security features, ward boundaries visible to his specially enchanted glasses, patrol patterns of groundskeepers, magical creatures serving as guardians near the forest edge. As they approached the main gates, Harry felt a distinct tingle of powerful magic, ancient protective enchantments layered with modern security spells. He noted how they responded to Professor Burbage's magical signature, adjusting to permit her and her authorized guests entry. The castle itself was breathtaking. Even prepared as he was, Harry felt a momentary awe at the sheer magical presence of Hogwarts. Towers soared against the summer sky, stone walls hummed with centuries of accumulated magic, and the entire structure seemed somehow alive and aware. The castle has stood for over 1,000 years, Professor Burbage was saying, adapting and changing to meet the needs of each generation of students. Some say Hogwarts itself has developed a form of sentience over the centuries. Harry filed this information away. If the castle had any form of awareness, it could potentially be an ally or obstacle, depending on how it perceived their activities. The tour continued through the entrance hall, the Great Hall with its enchanted ceiling, several classrooms, and the library, though restricted sections remained closed. Throughout, Harry carefully observed staff movements, noting which professors were present during summer, security protocols between areas, and potential access points not covered by the official tour. Midway through, they encountered an odd procession, several professors hurrying down a corridor, levitating what appeared to be large obstacles behind them. Preparations for the new term, Professor Burbage explained vaguely. Always busy during summer. But Harry recognized Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, and a third wizard who matched descriptions of Professor Quirrell. The objects they transported, a giant chessboard, what looked like a logic puzzle with potions, and something covered with a cloth that emanated dark magic, suggested security measures being established, presumably for the stone. Third-floor corridor, Harry murmured to himself, marking the location on his mental map. That matched intelligence from Bill's twin brothers about an area being suddenly declared off-limits. The tour concluded in the courtyard with refreshments and an opportunity for questions. Harry asked several innocuous ones about class schedules and dormitories, establishing his cover as an interested future student. As they prepared to depart, a tall figure with a long silver beard appeared at the castle entrance, Albus Dumbledore himself, unmistakable even to those who had never met him. He approached their group with a benevolent smile. Professor Burbage, introducing our future scholars to their home-to-be, he asked cheerfully. Yes, headmaster, she replied. Our summer tour program has been quite popular this year. Dumbledore's twinkling blue eyes swept over the group, pausing fractionally on Harry. Despite his disguise and the passive nature of their enchantments, Harry felt a distinct probing sensation, subtle legilimency, just as Sirius had warned. He employed the occlumency techniques he'd practiced religiously, not blocking completely, which would draw attention, but presenting only the surface thoughts of an excited child seeing Hogwarts for the first time. Magnificent, isn't it? Dumbledore said, seemingly addressing the whole group but looking directly at Harry. Many say they felt Hogwarts calling to them before they even arrived for their first term. A magical connection, drawing kindred spirits home. The probing sensation increased slightly. Harry maintained his innocent facade while internally reciting the occlumency mantras Remus had taught him. Will you be joining us in a few years, young man? Dumbledore asked directly. I hope so, sir, Harry replied with carefully calibrated enthusiasm. It looks amazing. Indeed it is, Dumbledore agreed, still studying him. And what might your name be? Thomas, sir, Harry replied with the prepared alias. Thomas Scrivenshaft. Well, Thomas, I believe Hogwarts will be expecting you when the time comes. With a final, penetrating look, Dumbledore bid the group farewell and returned to the castle. The encounter had lasted less than a minute but left Harry certain of two things. Dumbledore had sensed something unusual about him, though not enough to confirm his identity, and the headmaster's legilimency skills were every bit as formidable as Sirius had described. As the tour group dispersed back toward Hogsmeade, Harry maintained his cover, stopping at several shops with the other families before making his way back to the rendezvous point where Sirius and Remus waited anxiously. Dumbledore was there, Harry reported immediately. He used legilimency. Sirius's face darkened with concern. Did he recognize you? I don't think so. The disguise held, and I used the surface thought technique. Harry removed the enchanted glasses. But he definitely sensed something unusual. He'll be watching for Thomas Scrivenshaft now. Limited success then, Remus assessed. What did you learn about the stone's defenses? Harry detailed his observations, the third-floor corridor, the obstacles being prepared, the professors involved, including Quirrell. He looks nervous, jumpy. Wearing a turban that wasn't mentioned in earlier intelligence. A turban? Sirius exchanged significant looks with Remus. Potential concealment? Possibly, Remus agreed. If Voldemort's possessing him in some form, a physical disguise might be necessary. They apparat back to their current safe house, a cottage under Fidelius in rural Wales, where Harry provided a complete debriefing to the core group. His observations were meticulously recorded, mapped, and integrated with existing intelligence. The stone's definitely there, Moody concluded. Behind multiple magical barriers, each created by a different professor to maximize security diversity. But with Quirrell involved in the protective enchantments, Voldemort already has inside information, Bill pointed out. He'll know most of the obstacles before he even attempts to reach the stone. Which means Dumbledore either doesn't suspect Quirrell, Augusta suggested, or he's using the stone as bait in some elaborate trap. Either way, children will be in the middle of it, Tonks said, her hair turning red with anger. Starting September 1st, hundreds of kids will be living in a castle with both a possessed teacher and a legendary magical artifact that could resurrect the darkest wizard in history. Which accelerates our Hogwarts infiltration timeline, Harry said firmly. We need our own people in place before term starts. Plans were refined based on Harry's reconnaissance. The Weasley twins had already been approached by Bill and cautiously brought into the network's outer circle. Now they would receive specific training and equipment for monitoring the third-floor corridor and Quirrell's activities. Augusta would use her Board of Governors connections to enhance security reporting requirements, creating official channels to track unusual incidents. Tonks would accelerate her cultivation of student contacts among older Hufflepuffs, particularly those with siblings starting this year. And I'll continue preparing for my own attendance, Harry added. In case Voldemort's plans extend beyond this year. The meeting shifted to discussing Harry's approaching 11th birthday, and with it, his official Hogwarts letter. Unlike most wizard children, the location of Harry's letter was a matter of significant magical and political consequence. The letter will be automatically generated by the Hogwarts registry, Remus explained. Addressed precisely to wherever you're living at that moment. If we're under Fidelius, the magic might be blocked, or it might not. The Hogwarts registry is ancient magic that sometimes transcends modern protective enchantments. So we need a controlled location to receive it, Harry concluded. Somewhere secure but not under our strongest protections. Somewhere we can monitor for tracking charms or tracing attempts. I have a property that would serve, Augusta offered. Warded but not under Fidelius. Remote enough for security, connected enough for the letter to reach it. Plans were made for Harry to relocate temporarily to this property when his birthday approached, with multiple security teams monitoring for any attempts to trace the letter's delivery. The preparations were meticulous, reflecting how far their organization had evolved from the early days of desperate flight. Later that evening, as the safe house quieted, Harry sat with Sirius and Remus in the small study that had become their private space for more personal conversations. What was it like? Sirius asked quietly. Seeing Hogwarts for the first time? Harry considered the question. Magical, he said finally. Like it was alive. I felt connected to it somehow. James said the same thing when we first arrived, Sirius recalled, smiling at the memory. Said the castle was welcoming him home. Will I be sorted? Harry wondered. If I attend officially? Yes, Remus confirmed. The sorting hat is one of Hogwarts' most ancient magical artifacts. Every student undergoes the sorting, regardless of circumstances. My entire family was in Slytherin except me, Sirius noted. I asked the hat for Gryffindor, and it listened. You'll have some influence in the decision. Harry had been contemplating this question for months. I'm not sure which house would be strategically best. Gryffindor would be expected, given my parents. Slytherin would surprise everyone and position me differently in the school political structure. Remus chuckled. The very fact that you're analyzing your house placement strategically suggests Slytherin tendencies. You do well in any house, Sirius assured him. That's what our training has prepared you for, adaptability. Harry nodded, returning to the more immediate concern. About Dumbledore, he's stronger than I expected. His legitimacy felt different from what we've practiced against. Dumbledore is subtle, Remus agreed. He doesn't bludgeon his way into minds like Voldemort reportedly does. He slips in, observes, and leaves such a light touch many never realize he was there. I felt it though, Harry said. The occlumency techniques worked, but I'll need more practice before facing him directly. We'll intensify your training, Sirius promised. And develop additional protective measures. Magical artifacts, potions, perhaps even runic tattoos if necessary. The conversation shifted to Harry's upcoming birthday, not just the Hogwarts letter, but the personal significance. He would be turning 11, entering magical adolescence. In many wizarding families, this birthday marked the beginning of more formal magical education and responsibility. We should celebrate properly, Remus suggested. Despite everything else happening. You deserve that much normalcy. Nothing extravagant, Harry insisted. Just us. Maybe Neville too, since his birthday's the day before mine. Sirius smiled, though his eyes held a hint of sadness. James and Lily would be proud of who you're becoming, Harry. 11 years old and already helping lead a resistance movement. Though they'd probably hex me for allowing it. You didn't allow it, Harry corrected. We built it together, out of necessity. He paused, considering something he rarely vocalized. I sometimes wonder what I'd be like if they'd lived. If I'd grown up normally. Spoiled rotten, Sirius said promptly. James would have given you your first racing broom before you could walk. Lily would have taught you potions and charms before you started school. You'd have been a happy, carefree kid. With no prophecy hanging over me? Harry asked quietly. Remus sighed. The prophecy would still exist, but its impact might have been different. Dumbledore would have worked through your parents rather than controlling your placement and education directly. I like to think they would have chosen their own path, Sirius added. James never fully trusted Dumbledore's more secretive tendencies. And Lily questioned everything. Harry absorbed this, adding these small details to his mental image of the parents he'd never known. Over the years, Sirius and Remus had shared countless stories, but these insights into how his parents might have handled the prophecy were particularly meaningful. We've done all right, haven't we? He asked suddenly. Built something worthwhile. More than all right, Sirius said firmly. We've created a genuine alternative to both Dumbledore's secretive order and the Ministry's bureaucratic incompetence. A network based on shared information, distributed authority, and practical preparation. And more importantly, Remus added, we've given people hope. Not just blind faith that someone else will solve the problem, but active participation in their own defense. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of what they'd built together. From two fugitives hiding in abandoned buildings to a coordinated resistance with cells across magical Britain. From a confused, abused child to a young leader with purpose and capability. Whatever came next, Voldemort's resurrection attempts, Dumbledore's manipulations, the challenges of Hogwarts, they would face it from a position of preparation and purpose. Their secret revolution was no longer just an idea but a reality, growing stronger each day. As his birthday approached and with it the inevitable confrontation with both Hogwarts and Voldemort's return, Harry felt ready for the next chapter. Not fearless, but prepared. Not alone, but supported by the family and network they'd built together. The path ahead was uncertain, but their revolution had momentum now, a gathering force that would shape whatever came next in ways neither Dumbledore nor Voldemort could fully anticipate. Harry's 11th birthday arrived with the expected Hogwarts letter and an unexpected crisis. They had prepared meticulously for the letter's arrival, relocating Harry to Augusta's secondary property with multiple security measures in place. The letter itself came precisely as predicted, delivered by standard owl post, addressed with unsettling accuracy to Mr. H. Potter, the East Bedroom, Thornfield Cottage, Derbyshire. What they hadn't anticipated was the intelligence that arrived simultaneously from 3 separate network sources. Quirrell had returned from a brief trip to Albania with significantly altered magical signatures. Unusual ingredients associated with resurrection rituals had been delivered to the Scottish location they'd been monitoring, and perhaps most alarmingly, Peter Pettigrew had been sighted in London, transforming briefly from rat to human form before disappearing into the sewers. "It's happening," Sirius said grimly as their emergency council gathered at Fortress. "Multiple indicators suggest the resurrection attempt is imminent." "Timeline?" Moody demanded, magical eye spinning rapidly. "Days, not weeks," Bill reported, reviewing the intelligence. The ingredient shipment included fresh components that must be used within a lunar cycle. "The next full moon is in 4 days. And Quirrell's change?" Remus pressed. Tonks, who had received the intelligence from a contact in magical creature monitoring, looked troubled. "His magical signature now reads as dual-natured. The monitoring instruments detected it when he passed through Ministry security for a textbook approval meeting. 2 distinct magical cores occupying the same space. Possession," Augusta concluded. "It's already happened." Harry absorbed this information with the calm focus that had become his hallmark in crises. If Voldemort has partially incarnated through Quirrell while simultaneously preparing the full resurrection ritual, he's hedging his bets. 2 parallel paths to return. "And Pettigrew's appearance fits perfectly," Sirius added, barely contained fury in his voice at the mention of his former friend. "He'd be essential for the ritual, likely providing the servant's flesh component mentioned in our intelligence. So we have Quirrell/Voldemort at Hogwarts pursuing the Philosopher's Stone, while simultaneously a resurrection ritual is being prepared as backup," Harry summarized. "Plus my Hogwarts letter arrived, which Dumbledore will use to locate me." 3 fronts simultaneously, Neville observed. "They're forcing us to divide our attention." The strategic implications were discussed at length. Their network had expanded significantly, but resources were still limited. They needed to monitor the resurrection site, track Quirrell's movements, protect Harry from both Death Eaters and Dumbledore's location attempts, and maintain their normal security protocols. "We need to prioritize," Harry decided finally. "The resurrection ritual is the most immediate threat. If completed successfully, Voldemort returns to full power immediately, not dependent on the stone or Quirrell's cooperation." "Agreed," Moody growled. "We focus our main force on identifying and disrupting the ritual site. Without exposing our full capabilities," Remus cautioned. "We need to maintain operational security even while intervening." Plans developed rapidly, surveillance teams for the Scottish location, specialized cursebreakers to analyze and potentially disrupt ritual preparations, combat teams prepared for direct intervention if necessary. Augusta would use her political connections to arrange for routine magical energy monitoring in the area, providing official cover for their activities. "What about Pettigrew?" Sirius asked, the question loaded with years of pent-up rage and betrayal. "Secondary priority," Harry said firmly, meeting his godfather's eyes. "I understand what he means to you, Sirius, but the resurrection ritual is the greater threat." After a moment of tension, Sirius nodded reluctantly. "You're right. Revenge can wait. Preventing Voldemort's return can't." We can still allocate resources to tracking Pettigrew, Remus suggested as compromise. His movements likely connect directly to the ritual preparations. With priorities established, attention turned to Harry's Hogwarts letter and the response it required. Dumbledore will expect a reply, Augusta noted. And if none comes, he'll escalate location attempts. So we reply, Harry decided. Not acceptance or refusal yet, just acknowledgement, buying us time through the immediate crisis. Remus crafted the response carefully, a polite acknowledgement of the invitation with a request for additional time to consider due to current educational arrangements. The phrasing was deliberately ambiguous, neither committing to attendance nor rejecting the opportunity. This won't satisfy him for long, Augusta warned as they prepared to send the letter. Dumbledore will attempt personal contact next. By which time we'll have handled the resurrection threat and can address Hogwarts with full attention, Harry responded confidently. The meeting shifted to final preparations. Teams were assembled, equipment distributed, communication protocols established. The network moved with practiced efficiency, each member understanding their role in the complex operation ahead. As preparations concluded, Harry found himself preparing for his own role. He would coordinate from Fortress, maintaining communication with all teams while protected by their strongest security measures. Though part of him wanted to participate directly, the strategic reality was clear. His blood was a key component of the resurrection ritual, making his presence near the site an unacceptable risk. Neville approached as Harry studied the detailed maps of the Scottish location. "I'm going with Gran's team," he said without preamble. "She's finally agreed I'm ready for field operations." Harry looked up in surprise. "That's brilliant, Nevada. Your plant detection spells will be valuable for identifying ritual boundaries." "I'm nervous," Neville admitted. "But ready, I think. The training's paid off." "Just stay with the team and follow protocols," Harry advised. "Remember what Sirius always says, heroics get people killed, strategy keeps them alive," Neville finished with a smile. "I know. I'm not planning any solo heroics." Their conversation was interrupted as Sirius called for final briefings. The next hour passed in focused preparation, reviewing contingencies, confirming communication channels, performing final equipment checks. By midnight, the first teams were departing for their positions surrounding the suspected ritual site. "Be careful," Harry told Sirius as his godfather prepared to leave with the main intervention force. "Stick to the plan." "Always," Sirius promised, pulling Harry into a quick, fierce hug. "Happy birthday, by the way." "Not exactly how we plan to celebrate." "There'll be time for cake after we stop Voldemort," Harry replied with a grin that belied his concern. As the teams departed, leaving Harry with Remus, Tonks, and a small security detail at Fortress, the weight of the operation settled on his shoulders. For years of preparation, training, and network building culminating in this moment, their first direct intervention against Voldemort's return. Hours passed in tense monitoring. Reports came in regularly through their communication system, teams in position, initial surveillance established, magical signatures detected consistent with ritual preparations. Everything proceeded according to plan until shortly after 3 a.m., when the first sign of trouble came. "Unexpected magical surge at the site," reported Bill's voice through the enchanted communication mirror. "Pattern suggests acceleration of the ritual timeline. They must have detected our surveillance." "How much time?" Harry asked sharply. "Hours, not days. They're rushing the preparation phases." "Understood. Maintain position but prepare for earlier intervention." Harry turned to Remus. "They know we're watching. Either they detected the surveillance teams or they were expecting us," Remus finished grimly. This could be another trap. The possibility hung heavily in the air. Had they been manipulated into focusing on this location while the real threat developed elsewhere? Or was the accelerated timeline itself the trap, designed to force them into hasty action? Harry made a rapid decision. "Activate Protocol Hydra," he ordered. Multiple simultaneous threats assumed. Alert all standby teams. Protocol Hydra, named after the multi-headed mythological beast, was their contingency for coordinated enemy actions. It redistributed resources to monitor all potential targets while maintaining primary focus on the identified threat. New reports arrived, magical fluctuations detected near Hogwarts, unusual movement in Nocturne Alley, Ministry security quietly reinforced around key departments. The pattern suggested coordinated Death Eater activity across multiple locations. They're making their move, Tonks observed. On all fronts at once. Which means we need to choose our battle, Remus said, looking to Harry. We can't effectively counter everywhere simultaneously. Harry studied the incoming intelligence, mind racing through scenarios and consequences. The resurrection ritual remained the most immediate existential threat, but the pattern of activity suggested something more complex than they'd anticipated. We maintain focus on the ritual site, he decided. But we need to understand what's happening elsewhere. Tonks, contact your ministry sources, find out why security's been enhanced. Remus, activate our Hogwarts surveillance. I want eyes on Quirrell immediately. As they implemented these directions, another communication came through, this time from Augusta's team. Confirmed ritual circle established, her clipped voice reported. Magical signatures matching known Death Eaters detected. Estimate 5 to 7 participants plus ritual subject. Pettigrew confirmed present. Can you identify the ritual type precisely? Harry asked. Elements consistent with rudimentary body potion followed by full resurrection. They're preparing a cauldron with the base elements now. Timeline. Ritual alignment suggests midnight activation. They need moonrise. Approximately 21 hours remaining. Harry processed this, already formulating intervention strategies. Understood. Maintain surveillance. We'll deploy the disruption team at sundown. As he closed that communication channel, another opened, Mad-Eye Moody's gruff voice coming through with unusual urgency. Potter, we've got a problem. Major security breach at the Ministry. Department of Mystery specifically targeted. Initial reports suggest prophecy records accessed. Harry's blood ran cold. The prophecy? My prophecy? Can't confirm yet. But timing's too perfect to be coincidence. Another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. They're trying to force Dumbledore's hand, Harry realized. Breach Ministry security, access the prophecy record, accelerate the resurrection ritual, all to create multiple simultaneous crises that divide opposition resources. And where does Quirrell fit in this pattern? Remus wondered, returning from activating their Hogwarts surveillance contacts. Insurance, Harry concluded. If the resurrection ritual fails, Voldemort still has Quirrell as a vessel and the stone as a potential alternative. He's not just hedging his bets, he's creating a strategic problem we can't solve completely. The implications were sobering. Even their expanded network couldn't effectively counter all these threats simultaneously. They would have to prioritize and accept that some enemy objectives might succeed. We focus on the ritual, Harry reaffirmed. That's the most immediate existential threat. Secondary priority is understanding what prophecy information they've obtained. Quirrell and the stone remain a longer-term concern we'll address once the immediate crisis passes. This strategic assessment was validated minutes later when their Hogwarts contacts reported that Quirrell remained at the castle, showing no signs of immediate action regarding the stone. Whatever his role in the coordinated Death Eater activities, it apparently didn't involve immediate acquisition of the stone. Through the morning and into the afternoon, their network operated at peak capacity, monitoring, analyzing, preparing. The intervention plan for the ritual site was refined based on continuous surveillance. Specialized cursebreakers would disrupt the ritual boundaries while combat teams neutralized Death Eater participants. The goal was not just to prevent this specific resurrection attempt but to capture key Death Eaters and potentially Pettigrew himself. As evening approached and teams moved into final position, Harry found himself alone briefly with Sirius, who had returned to Fortress for the final briefing before leading the main intervention force. You know this could be a trap specifically for you, Sirius said without preamble. They might be hoping we'll bring you closer to the ritual site as we respond. I know, Harry acknowledged. That's why I'm staying here under maximum security while coordinating remotely. Sirius studied him intently. For years ago, I promised I'd keep you safe. That I'd give you the family and protection you deserved. And you have, Harry said firmly. But safety was never the only goal, was it? We've been preparing for this moment since the beginning, building our network, training, gathering intelligence. All for when Voldemort inevitably tried to return. True, Sirius admitted. I just didn't expect it to come on your 11th birthday. Seems cosmically unfair somehow. Harry smiled slightly. When has fairness ever been part of this? Besides, stopping Voldemort's resurrection attempt seems like a pretty significant birthday accomplishment. Sirius barked a laugh, some tension leaving his shoulders. Only you would see it that way. His expression sobered. Be careful tonight. Maintain constant communication, and if anything feels wrong, use the emergency protocols immediately. I will, Harry promised. You be careful too. Stick to the plan, no heroics. The final briefing brought their core team together one last time before deployment. The plan was reviewed in detail: approach vectors, magical countermeasures, communication protocols, extraction procedures. Every contingency had been considered, every team member understood their role. As twilight fell, the intervention force departed, leaving Harry at Fortress with Remus and a security detail to coordinate operations. The communication system allowed real-time contact with all deployed teams, creating a comprehensive tactical picture. Teams in final position, came Augusta's voice through the enchanted mirror. Ritual activity accelerating. They've prepared the cauldron and base potion. Estimate full activation at midnight as predicted. Confirmed, Harry responded. Maintain surveillance. Intervention teams proceed on scheduled timeline. The next hours passed in tense monitoring as their forces moved methodically into position. The Death Eaters had established powerful protective enchantments around the ritual site, a remote clearing in the Scottish Highlands, but Bill's curse-breaking team worked systematically to identify weaknesses and prepare countermeasures. At precisely 11:30 p.m., with the ritual approaching its critical phase, Harry gave the order, execute primary intervention. All teams go. What followed was a precisely coordinated assault on the ritual site. Curse breakers collapsed key ward boundaries while combat teams operated to predetermined positions surrounding the clearing. The element of surprise was total. The Death Eaters, focused on the complex ritual preparations, were caught unprepared for such a well-planned attack. Through the communication mirrors, Harry monitored the operation in real time, directing resources and responding to developments as they occurred. The initial phase proceeded exactly as planned: outer security neutralized, Death Eaters engaged by combat teams, the ritual circle disrupted by specialized magical countermeasures. Cauldron secured, reported Moody's voice. Ritual components neutralized. 5 Death Eaters captured, 2 escaped via emergency port keys. Pettigrew? Sirius demanded. Slippery Rat transformed and escaped through the underbrush. Tracking charms in place but not optimistic. Harry processed this information quickly. Casualties? 2 of ours injured, none critical. 3 Death Eaters wounded during resistance. Identify the captured. Avery, not, Crabbe, plus 2 younger recruits. Not Malfoy. A qualified success, the ritual prevented, several Death Eaters captured, but key figures escaped, including Pettigrew. Harry was formulating extraction orders when a new communication came through, this one from their ministry source. Emergency at the Department of Mysteries, came the urgent report. Massive magical discharge in the Hall of Prophecies. Multiple injuries reported. Simultaneously, their Hogwarts surveillance activated, unusual activity 3rd floor corridor. Quirrell observed entering restricted area. The coordinated nature of the enemy action became clear. The ritual site had indeed been a diversion, or perhaps just one component of a multifaceted operation. While their network focused on preventing the resurrection, other objectives were being pursued simultaneously. Extraction Protocol Alpha, Harry ordered the field teams. Secure prisoners and withdraw immediately. Secondary teams redirect to Ministry and Hogwarts observation only, do not engage directly. As the field teams acknowledged and began withdrawal procedures, Harry turned to Remus. They planned this perfectly. Split our attention, force us to commit resources to the most obvious threat, then pursue secondary objectives simultaneously. Classic military strategy, Remus agreed grimly. The question is which objective was actually their primary goal? The ritual, the prophecy, or the stone? Before Harry could respond, the wards around Fortress suddenly pulsed, an alert indicating approaching magical signatures. Powerful ones. Security breach imminent, announced the monitoring charm in a calm voice. Multiple magical signatures approaching eastern perimeter. Signature analysis suggests Albus Dumbledore plus 2 unknowns. Harry and Remus exchanged alarmed glances. How had Dumbledore found Fortress? It was under Fidelius' charm with Bill as secret keeper. Could Bill have been compromised? Harry asked urgently. Impossible, Remus replied, activating additional security measures. He's leading the curse-breaking team at the ritual site. No contact with Dumbledore. Then how? The answer came as the monitoring charm updated its analysis. Magical signature identified, Fox, Phoenix. Phoenixes can navigate Fidelius charms when summoned by sufficient need. The letter, Harry realized. My Hogwarts acceptance letter. It must have carried a tracking charm keyed to activate under specific circumstances. Like Death Eater activities near the recipient, Remus concluded. Dumbledore would have designed it to alert him if you were in danger. Harry made an instant decision. Activate Protocol Scatter. I'll delay Dumbledore while you alert Sirius and the others. Harry, you can't face Dumbledore alone. I'm not planning to duel him, Harry clarified. Just buy time for our teams to complete extraction. Dumbledore won't harm me, he needs me alive and cooperative for whatever his plans are. Remus hesitated, then nodded sharply. 5 minutes maximum. Then emergency extraction, no arguments. As Remus moved to implement Protocol Scatter, their emergency dispersal plan, Harry prepared to face Albus Dumbledore for the first time directly. For years of training and preparation would now be tested against the wizard widely considered the most powerful of the age. He positioned himself in the entry hall of Fortress, away from sensitive materials and with clear lines of retreat. The security wards continued their countdown to breach, identifying the precise magical countermeasures Dumbledore was employing against their protections. Outer wards breached, announced the monitoring charm. Inner defensive layer engaged. Estimated time to full breach, 2 minutes. Harry activated his personal protective measures, enchanted items carried specifically for high-risk encounters. The amulet against mental intrusion, the dragonhide vest beneath his robes, the emergency portkeys positioned for immediate access. Inner wards breached, the charm updated. Final security layer engaged. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as Remus had taught him. Not fear, not anger, clear focus on the objective. Buy time. Protect information. Ensure team extraction. The door opened. Albus Dumbledore stood framed in the doorway, his power palpable even to Harry's developing magical senses. Tall and imposing despite his age, with flowing silver beard and half-moon spectacles that didn't quite hide the intensity of his blue eyes. Behind him stood Minerva McGonagall and a dark-haired wizard Harry recognized from descriptions as Severus Snape. For a moment, no one spoke. Dumbledore surveyed Harry with an expression of profound relief mixed with calculation. Harry Potter, he said finally, his voice gentle but carrying unmistakable authority. At last. You've led us on quite a chase these past 4 years. Harry maintained his calm, projecting confidence despite the significant magical presence before him. Headmaster Dumbledore. I'd say this is unexpected, but that would be untrue. I've been anticipating this meeting for some time. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise at Harry's composure, perhaps. I've been searching for you since the night you disappeared from your relative's home. Your safety has been my primary concern. Has it? Harry asked mildly. Interesting priority from someone who left me with abusive muggles for 5 years. McGonagall inhaled sharply at this direct accusation. Snape's expression remained impassive, though his dark eyes studied Harry with unsettling intensity. I see Sirius has shared his perspective on those arrangements, Dumbledore said, still maintaining his gentle tone. There is much you don't understand about the protections that were in place at your aunt's home, Harry. Blood wards based on my mother's sacrifice, Harry replied, enjoying the momentary surprise on Dumbledore's face at his knowledge. Effective against magical threats, certainly. Completely ineffective against the physical and emotional abuse of the Dursleys themselves. The situation was imperfect, Dumbledore acknowledged, taking a step forward. But your safety from Voldemort's followers was paramount. Choices had to be made, priorities established. And who granted you the authority to make those choices for me? Harry asked, aware of the minutes ticking by. Every moment of conversation was another moment for their teams to complete extraction from the ritual site. As your magical guardian, self-appointed, Harry interrupted. After ensuring my legal guardian was imprisoned without trial. Dumbledore sighed heavily. I see Sirius has thoroughly convinced you of his version of events. Harry, there are complexities you cannot possibly understand at your age. Dangers you are not equipped to face. Yet here I stand, Harry responded, having just helped prevent Voldemort's resurrection ritual while simultaneously managing surveillance of both the Ministry breach and Quirrell's activities at Hogwarts. That clearly caught Dumbledore by surprise. His eyes sharpened. You know about the ritual? And the Department of Mystery's breach? We've been monitoring Death Eater activities for years, Headmaster. Tonight's coordinated actions were anticipated, if not in their specific timing. McGonagall spoke for the first time. What exactly have you and Sirius Black been doing, Mr. Potter? Building an alternative, Harry said simply. One that doesn't rely on secrecy or manipulation. One that values shared information and collaborative decision-making. How very idealistic, Snape commented, his voice dripping with disdain. And naive. Harry turned his attention to the potions master. Professor Snape, I presume. Sirius has told me quite a lot about you. All unflattering, I'm sure, Snape replied coldly. Actually, he emphasized your brilliance at potions and your courage as a spy, Harry countered, enjoying Snape's momentary confusion. Personal animosity doesn't preclude recognition of skill or value. Dumbledore had been watching this exchange thoughtfully. Now he refocused the conversation. Harry, whatever you believe about past decisions, the present situation is extremely dangerous. Voldemort is actively seeking return. Tonight's events confirm our worst fears. You need protection that only Hogwarts can provide. Is that what you told the parents of every student currently enrolled? Harry asked. That you've deliberately made Hogwarts the center of Voldemort's attention by hiding the Philosopher's Stone there while hiring a possessed professor as defense instructor. The stunned silence that followed confirmed Harry's assessment. McGonagall and Snape hadn't been fully informed about Quirrell. You've been very thorough in your intelligence gathering, Dumbledore said finally, his genial mask slipping slightly to reveal the powerful strategist beneath. But you lack context for much of what you've discovered. Then provide it, Harry challenged. Not manipulations or half-truths. Actual information. This is neither the time nor place, Dumbledore replied, glancing around the entry hall. We should continue this conversation at Hogwarts, where you'll be safe. Where I'll be under your control, you mean, Harry corrected. No, Headmaster. I won't be accompanying you tonight. I have responsibilities to my team currently completing an operation. I'm afraid I must insist, Dumbledore said, his voice hardening slightly. The danger is too great. Harry felt the subtle pressure of compulsion magic, not quite an imperious curse, but a milder form of magical persuasion. His protective amulet warmed against his chest, neutralizing the effect. Magical compulsion, headmaster. On a minor? I believe that violates several wizarding laws. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose fractionally. He hadn't expected Harry to detect or resist the subtle magic. A habit of long leadership, I'm afraid. One forgets that persuasion should be earned rather than imposed. The admission was disarming in its honesty. Harry realized Dumbledore was adjusting his approach, recognizing that standard manipulation wouldn't work. Harry, Dumbledore continued, his tone now more straightforward, I acknowledge mistakes were made regarding your placement with the Dursleys. I even acknowledge that my methods have sometimes prioritized secrecy over transparency. But the threat Voldemort poses is real and immediate. Tonight's coordinated activities prove that. On that we agree, Harry said. Which is why I need to return to coordinating our response. Your response? McGonagall couldn't contain her disbelief. Mr. Potter, you are 11 years old today. Yes, Professor. And for 4 years I've been helping build and lead a network specifically designed to counter Voldemort's return. Age becomes irrelevant when necessity demands action. The monitoring charm in Harry's ear indicated that the extraction teams had completed their withdrawal from the ritual site. Prisoners secured, injured treated, evidence collected. Mission accomplished. I appreciate your concern, Harry continued, now ready to conclude the conversation. And I'll give serious consideration to attending Hogwarts this September. But tonight, I have other responsibilities. I cannot allow you to remain in danger, Dumbledore said, drawing his wand slowly, not threatening, but prepared. Harry's hand moved to the emergency port key at his wrist. You don't have the authority to allow or disallow anything regarding me, Headmaster. Not legally, not morally, not magically. Perhaps not, Dumbledore conceded. But I have the responsibility to protect you, even from your own misguided confidence. He raised his wand, not aggressively, but with clear intent. Before he could cast, Harry activated his port key, feeling the familiar pull behind his navel as the transportation magic engaged. The last thing he saw was Dumbledore's face, not angry, but thoughtful, calculating, and perhaps a touch impressed. The port key deposited Harry at the predetermined emergency location, a small magical cabin in the forests of Norway, unplottable and unknown to anyone outside their core group. Sirius waited anxiously, rushing forward as Harry appeared. What happened? Are you hurt? Did Dumbledore? I'm fine, Harry assured him. We talked. He tried to convince me to go to Hogwarts immediately. I declined and left when he seemed prepared to insist more forcefully. Sirius's face darkened. He was going to take you against your will. He would have justified it as protection, Harry said fairly. From his perspective, I'm an 11-year-old in danger who needs guidance and safety. And from reality's perspective? I'm part of a resistance network that just prevented Voldemort's resurrection while he was busy using children as bait for a stone-related trap at Hogwarts. Remus joined them, looking relieved to see Harry unharmed. The teams are all safely extracted. Prisoners transferred to our secure holding facility. The ritual components have been neutralized and analyzed. And the other fronts? Harry asked. The Ministry breach appears to have been successful. They accessed the Hall of Prophecies, though we don't know exactly what they obtained. Quirrell entered the third-floor corridor but retreated when castle security activated. Apparently, he's not ready to make his full attempt on the stone yet. Harry absorbed this information. A partial victory, they prevented the resurrection ritual but failed to protect the prophecy records or capture key figures like Pettigrew and Malfoy. We need to regroup, he decided. Assess what they learned from the prophecy records and adjust our strategy accordingly. And Dumbledore? Sirius asked. Now that he's found you once, he'll be more determined than ever. We'll need to address Hogwarts directly, Harry acknowledged. I think it's time to consider formal attendance, on our terms, with our people already in place. The discussion continued as other team members arrived at the safe location, Bill reporting on the ritual components they'd secured, Augusta describing the captured Death Eaters, Moody growling about Pettigrew's escape. Despite the mixed results, the overall operation had demonstrated their network's capabilities and coordination. As dawn approached, Harry found himself standing at the cabin's window, watching the sun rise over the Norwegian forest. His 11th birthday had certainly not gone as planned, but it had confirmed what they'd been building toward for 4 years. Their secret revolution was now a force to be reckoned with, positioned between Dumbledore's manipulations and Voldemort's terror, offering a third path forward. Happy birthday, by the way, Sirius said quietly, joining him at the window. Not exactly how we planned to celebrate. Actually, Harry replied with a small smile, preventing Voldemort's resurrection seems like a pretty good birthday accomplishment. Sirius laughed, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulders. When you put it that way, still, I think we owe you cake at minimum. Cake can wait, Harry said, turning serious again. We need to prepare for what comes next. Voldemort won't abandon his return efforts. Dumbledore won't stop trying to bring me under his influence. The Ministry remains compromised. And we, Sirius said with quiet confidence, will continue building our alternative. The network is stronger than ever, Harry. Tonight proved that. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility but also the support of the family and organization they'd built together. Whatever came next, Hogwarts, Voldemort, Dumbledore, the prophecy, they would face it as they had faced everything since that night 4 years ago when Harry's accidental magic had freed Sirius from Azkaban, together, on their own terms, building something new from the broken pieces of the world they'd inherited. Their secret revolution was just beginning. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.